Because, well,
on this day.
the quarantine is, the
He
quarantine is brought
they
people
dropped the
together.
song today.
Yeah.
And they dropped the song today. Gina picked it.
Well, it's because I have Dave Grohl alerts. Well,
I have Mick Jagger alerts.
well, then we both got it. For different.
Mick Jagger and Dave Grohl
And see, and I have alerts for Mighty Marvel team-ups, but for some reason that came through on the Mighty Marvel team-up.
That's a Mighty Marvel team. By the way, what this really is.
Are we doing...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
So several things come to mind when I listen to that song. And Dave Grohl and Mick Jagger just put it together and released it today. Mm-hmm. First thing that comes to mind is the moron who, I think it was in a Twitter or something, says, "Oh, come on, you guys, you don't want to open the show with that. Mick sounded a lot like Sisma."
That's a damn lie
No,
there.
Not even close.
He sounded great, as a matter of fact. Mm-hmm. And the song rocked like hell, and it was good.
The only reason they said Sisma is because Mick lets his accent in the song a little, and that doesn't happen too often. A little bit of an accent in there, so.
So then another thing that comes to mind, and if you watch there's a YouTube video of it.
I tweeted it out. You can watch it on RFH Gina.
Mick Jagger is he's just moving and grooving and got lots of energy. And what is he, 79?
Oh, he's
something like that.
I think he's 80.
And then the other thing that comes to mind is if you listen to the lyrics of the song or read the lyrics, it's all about, okay, we're right on the edge here. We're going to get out of quarantine, and we're going to go on the road, and we're going to play music. It'll be a memory you're trying to remember to forget. Easy cheesy, everyone sing, please, please me. It'll be a memory you're trying to forget, but we're going to do it. We're going on tour. So what all of that seems to me is, people say, why are the Rolling Stones still going out on tour? Well, they don't need the money. They're all
haven't
too
needed
so
the money
old.
for
No,
decades.
They're all so old. They're going out on tour because they really like it.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all seem to really like it. As soon as you stop buying tickets, they'll stop going on tour. That's what it boils down to.
They love, and I don't think they've ever said this, this is probably our farewell tour. They've never said that.
No, they won't. They won't ever have a farewell tour.
I'm not sure it was Mick Jagger. It might have been Mick Jagger, and I read this just recently, and I've been in sort of a haze because of surgery and all of that. But no, it wasn't him. But anyway, a musician we all know. I just can't stand not being on the road. I know
a lot of them say that's not just one, but a lot of them say that.
It's just it seems like like I was on the road once with a theater company, and really a lot of one-night stands and, motel to motel to motel to city to city. I did that for a year, and it just about drove me crazy. Being stuck with the same people. Oh, wait, we've done this show for over 30 years.
We've gone on the road. We've done the college tour. We've done 10 cities in 10 days.
Gina, that's back when Radio from Hell used to do things.
And that's just like touring for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 days.
Yeah. It was pretty hard, though, 10 cities in 10 days.
It was, but now you know why there are so many rock songs about how hard the road is.
But they just love it. It's. I don't think Mick Jagger in particular, but probably a lot of other maybe the other guys in the band. I don't know. Probably Charlie Watts. Did he retire?
No.
No, he didn't. What's his name did?
Ron.
Nobody in the Rolling Stones is retired.
Yes, they did. Yes, he did. Rick. Anyway. Maybe, but Mick Jagger, that's the only thing he wants to do, is tour.
And continue to make babies.
Yeah,
with
get
women
really
all
young
over the
women
world.
pregnant.
Wow. That's still happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, he can support them, and he does.
Okay.
So
why not?
It's a hobby.
Dad, we've all gathered you here today, all 80 of us, to talk to you about. You're really spreading our inheritance thin.
Yeah.
If you could just stop, please.
Just stop. But it's kind of cool that you can put a song together like that and never meet up. I mean, Dave Grohl and Mick wrote that and performed it and recorded it and never were in the same room. Dave Grohl's doing the drumming and guitar
And
work
guitar,
and backup stuff on that.
And Mick's playing guitar as well. It's kind of sad, though. I mean, I guess it's kind of. I'm sure they would much rather have been in the same room.
Sure, of course.
But travel and people, schedules as they are, these kind of collaborations really should happen this way.
Yeah.
Even if the world was normal, these collaborations should start to happen this way more often. Because of the tech, we can do it now.
Yeah, and it's and I thought it sounded good, and they were able to do it not schlocky, and they were having fun. So, what more can you ask?
It's good to hear an electric guitar.
Exactly.
It's nice.
Let's see what. Yesterday I happened to mention that, and I will. I'll find the quote for you. That I remembered something about camel rides at Saltaire.
Yes.
At the old Saltaire, where there indeed were camel rides. I looked it up, and I have some information about it. It's scarce information, but it is there. And I think what I remember most about it is I don't think I ever saw the camels, or they were not really there whenever I was there. But there was a place, a little shack and something, and I asked somebody, what's all that for? He said, oh, well, they used to do camel rides at Saltaire, and we're going to bring them back. And I think maybe they even did you get on a camel and you'd ride out onto the salt flats for a while and then come back, which sounded really horrible to me. But
well, here's a tip: if you ever go to Egypt,
Yeah.
do not do the camel rides.
Okay, now why?
So you go to the pyramids, and it's a tourist trap just like anything else. And the locals will come up and say, "Hey, you want to go on a camel ride?" And you think, "Well, yeah, I'm here at the pyramids. I should go on a camel ride." No, they get you on the camel and they take you out in the middle of the desert, and then you have to pay them to bring you back. Into town.
Well,
They're going to strand you out here.
fair's fair.
It's a little scary, though. Oh, no, that original payment was just to bring you out here. You got to pay double to get you back to town. Well, okay.
Well, I think they did the same thing at Saltaire, and that was a big problem. We're not
you out-
taking you back to
middle of
the
the salt
pavilion.
And they're like, it's okay, I can still see it from here. I'll be fine.
But the B-52s are starting any minute.
Sorry.
Well,
And they're smelly.
Camel.
do they spit? Have you ever seen them spit?
I have not seen them spit, but I have heard they spit.
They are remarkable animals, however. I mean, they can survive without water out on the desert, or very little water, for long periods of time.
But you can only store about a half a stick of butter underneath them. That's,
Some of you will get that joke.
yeah.
Harry.
Only a half stick.
Long-time friends of the program will get that joke. The rest of you, listen harder, all right?
It has to be a Land O'Lakes half stick of butter.
That's right.
We could end the show after that, Carrie.
I'm for that.
All right, we'll see you.
It's not
I'm
going
not
to get any better than
I'm
that.
not feeling great today. Let's just end it here.
I got a lot of trashy TV I can watch.
Big Sky. I'm pissed at you, Carrie, for saying Big Sky is kind of a guilty pleasure. It's so watchable.
I think it's just so trashy watchable. is the
Yeah,
thing.
but it's very well done trash. The performers are good.
Well, except for that blonde girl that's been kidnapped. I hate her.
Well, she'll probably get it. But John
probably
Carroll Lynch is great. He plays the
Oh, yeah.
Montana State Trooper, and if you just look up John Carroll Lynch, and you'll go, oh yeah, that guy, Twisty the Clown.
Yes.
But it's really good. And then I said, oh, you know why? It's David E. Kelly. Who did Boston Legal, for instance, a show we also was kind of trashy and we also really loved. And so, yeah. And then I thought about David E. Kelly, and I thought, oh, yeah, he's married to Michelle Pfeiffer.
He is.
How-
Are they
how
still
the-
married?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
How the hell? And then I thought to myself, how the hell did that ever happen?
Yeah.
Because she was like the classiest. She's a very well respected actor, very very beautiful. And David E. Kelly, I mean, he's had a lot of success, but if you look at him, he looks like a schlub. He's just his hair's usually messed up, and
Maybe he's a really nice guy.
I'm sure he is.
Now, Michelle Pfeiffer is the winsome wasp in the Ant-Man movies. Excelsior!
And there is someone in the cast of Big Sky who's it's a girl, and I don't know which one it is, whose last name is Pfeiffer. So I'm wondering.
Oh, better IMDb that crap.
Yeah, I will.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Oh, yes, it is the end.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Well, we've got check-ins. Let's do that next. 877-602-9696. If you've a mind to.
Yeah, if you want to, but we're not going to beg you to call us. We like it if you call us and say, here's what I'm doing, how are you guys? But you don't have to. So 877...
We'll continue farting around unless you call. So
877-602-9696 is the check-in number.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Let's see. BigOTires.com. Out cruising around. You get a flat. It's easy. Just go to that website. There's a location near you. I mean, they have locations from Beaver to Logan.
Yeah, and if you do get a flat tire and it is a Big O tire or a tire you purchased from Big O, they fix the flats for free. I had them do that at the Big O tire I go to on 2nd East and South Temple just the other day. They're having their spring sale right now at Big O Tires. So you buy 3 tires, get 1 free on select Aspen, Mesa, and Nitto tires, plus $150 off a set of Big O brand tires when you use your Big O credit card.
Yeah, they want to help you out with financing, too. They know tires can be a big expense and sometimes kind of hit you out of the blue. Oh, no, I need new tires. Big O is there to help. They're also there to help you get on the road this spring and summer with your road trips by doing a free check.
Free air conditioning check, yeah. So go to the website to find a store near you. It's BigOTires.com. I was so angry Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah?
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a, get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I
frankly.
think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons
No kidding.
declared war on you.
He got he stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Pyro!
Get away!
Shake his fist.
His-
Roadhog!
his-
Little birdie finger.
one of
little
his little bandit hands,
bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me
What are
mad.
you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of
Huh?
those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why
Yeah.
are you out on the front porch?
I was
No.
taking the night air.
He's
I was
farting.
taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey.
I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No,
Taking the night wind.
No.
Is what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't need this crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then
They know.
they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and
Yeah.
because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get him.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with
I
this.
just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while. The
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I don't know.
I know.
They've been coexisting for a
Well,
while.
no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. It just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
I'm going to just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
All right.
I love Dr. Z.
Season finale this week, just so
Oh,
you know.
good. Okay.
Where do you find Dr. Z, Carrie?
YouTube.
Yeah.
Go to YouTube. And,
It's a show. It's a show made just for Gina and I.
I love it. I think it's very good.
It's a bunch of old showbiz jokes,
Yeah.
and the part for me is the fact that it's hosted by Dr. Zayas. That's
Yeah, it's just great.
from Planet of the Apes. That's all I need.
Yep. All right, we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696 in just a couple of minutes. Our friend Navajo Nate is on the line. So,
Oh, good.
Yes.
and I think we have a line open. We'll go to the check-ins after we officially begin the show.
And we want everyone to know Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
The moon is very slowly moving its way toward full. Well, I don't think it's moving any slower than usual. I mean, it's not like it's cold, so it's slowed way down. It's moving toward full. It's 5.2% of full. The moon will rise today at 8:16 a.m. Today being Wednesday, it's the 14th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And you have stumbled upon the most robust show on the radio today. The multi-award-winning Gold Standard Radio from Hell show, starring the morning hosts who are hated with a hate that knows no bounds
Yes.
by all of the other morning show hosts in the United States. Why hated by everyone in the industry? Well, because Radio from Hell is so good that they make the other shows look bad. They get tired of their bosses coming to them and saying, "Why can't you be like Radio from Hell? Why can't you be like those guys? Guys like Star, Kerry Jackson, Star, Bill Allred, featuring the wonderful Gina Marie Barberi, featuring Katie for short as the show producer, and also in supporting roles, Skip and Miriam." Yes, it is Radio from Hell.
All right. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to McKay. Hi, McKay.
McKay, good morning.
Hi, how are you guys?
Pretty well. What's up with you today?
Well, I don't get to listen as often as I used to, but I was going to say that I used to work, in college in 2015, 2016, I worked in a pretty remote part of Utah up in the northern, Bear Lake area, and
Yeah.
I listened to your guys' podcast because I was on my own quite a bit, and I use your guys' podcast as well as a couple others to kind of stay sane. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I never
You're
really had a
welcome.
chance to call in, so I just wanted to say thank you.
You're
No,
welcome.
nobody's ever accused us of helping them stay sane. So wow, that's quite a lot of pressure.
What kind of work were you doing, McKay?
So at the time, I worked as a technician for the Division of Wildlife, and I was working specifically on the trout, cutthroat trout up there, and they put me in a cabin up in the middle of nowhere. So
Wow.
every once in a while I got a chance to download stuff and back at the office, and so I would download as many episodes as I could, just because I didn't get much human interaction. So I kind of was a little.
Miss it.
I was like,
You miss it, don't
Yeah,
you, McKay?
yeah.
You miss it. You want to go back there to that cabin in the woods and be all by yourself, don't you?
well, not with that wage, no. So, but
All right.
But
All right,
no,
McKay.
but it was a good time. But I just wanted to say thank you guys.
Well, thank
Thank
you.
you. See
Thank
you later,
very
McKay.
much. All right, let's go to Navajo Nate is here.
Yatta hey, Nate.
Yate.
What's up with you?
Well, I'm actually on a shuttle right now to the airport to go deliver a puppy to Oakland,
Ooh.
What kind of puppy?
a Schnauzer.
And why to Oakland?
That's where the lady lives.
That's where the lady lives.
Well,
I could have told you it was a lady. You never deliver a schnauzer to a man. It's always a lady.
Follow up: giant or miniature schnauzer?
yeah.
Miniature Schnauzer.
Oh, my preferred version.
So Nate, do you know a lot about dogs, or are you just a courier?
I'm mainly just a courier. I got another flight tomorrow to Tennessee, and then Saturday I'm driving out to Rock Springs to drop off 2 more dogs.
Now wait, what kind of dogs though? What kind of dog goes to Tennessee?
Schnauzers.
All Schnauzers.
Oh, it's all schnauzers.
Yeah.
So are you one of those? Do you work for one of those puppy mills?
It's a family friend. She has a Schnauzer breeder company, and in my off times I'll just I'll deliver for her.
So it's on the up and up, really, and nice dogs. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen where they've kept them, and it's in a nice house.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Nate, it's nice to hear from you. Anything from the reservation to report?
They're starting to shut down again during the weekend, or to lock down because of the uptick of COVID.
Yeah.
And you still have family there, don't you?
Oh yes, I do.
Yeah.
I actually had a great uncle pass away back in December, and then I actually just had an uncle pass away this last Sunday.
Sorry to hear
Oh,
that.
sorry, Nate.
Nate, sorry.
It's a wonderful place down there, and I'd like to go back down there sometime. I haven't been there for a long time.
All right.
Thanks, Nate.
It
Thank you,
definitely
Nate.
is.
Yeah.
All right,
But
Nate.
I'm actually about to put my mask on, so I
Okay.
want to remind
Good
everyone
job,
else
Nate.
to put their mask on.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Nate.
Put
We'll
it
see
on
you.
the schnauzer,
All right.
too. Little
Yes.
schnauzer mask.
Miniature
All right.
schnauzer mask.
And let's quickly go to Molly Mormon.
Molly, good morning, Mormon.
Molly,
Okay.
I follow Molly on social media, and I'm worried about you, Molly. You're a long hauler.
I'm a long hauler, but I called this morning to let you know I'm getting my first dose this morning.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
So are you still suffering
can't even
symptoms, long-term symptoms, though?
Yeah, I have fatigue that has just simply knocked me flat, and it's been so frustrating. So I'm really hopeful because the mRNA vaccines are, said to treat ongoing symptoms. So
Oh, good.
I'm so hopeful about it.
Okay, good. Well, as a matter of fact, we ought to ask Dr. Koppel about that
Sure,
when we
we
talk
will.
to him today.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're glad you're getting better and enjoy your shot.
Hey, thanks. I sure will.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Take
Molly.
care, Molly.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, we've got issues, I'm afraid. More than 2,000 customers without power across northern Utah. Most of those are in the Ogden area, and that means you're going to have some dark traffic lights, so treat those as four-way stops. Several semi-trucks are tipped over on I-84 north of Tremonton. Northern Utah is under a high wind warning still. High-profile vehicles need to consider not driving till about noon today. Crash westbound I-80 at Foothill Drive. The freeway is closed coming out of the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Use I-215 eastbound as your alternate. And friend of the program just said it's snowing over Parley's Summit. No plows are out and snow is sticking to the road, so travel safe. Oh, and Sid wants to remind you to secure your trampolines because the wind is still bad up at Research Park. So if you want to let us know something going on, you can text us 33986.
Okay, we will take a break. We will be back with big boy news and things that must go in the next break, right after these. So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened
In the house?
in the house, and
He's never coming back. He's never coming
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, and it terrified me because I thought to myself about my dog Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung, and I was just convinced that
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
we did
for her.
not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up
Like a nanny cam?
like a nanny cam in the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she
okay.
just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around the
Well,
house?
that's what we wanted to know.
Oh.
Her favorite spot seems to be we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping
Yeah.
all the
Well,
time.
Oh, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I
Is
thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor, so it'll alert me. Motion is detected.
That never happens.
No,
She doesn't move.
she was a day. She
And
was lying there.
then she's perfectly comfortable. This
Yeah.
should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get a
little lazy dog.
lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time
I
I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. Made me very upset. I was just
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
really.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home,
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, like, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went "Eek," and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day, and then when we get home, goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house.
Yeah.
When you get there.
Yeah, he just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you.
No.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No.
I don't think that.
I think the
No, I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment him.
officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head,
Hey.
and he stops. I go, don't
Yeah,
do that.
Mm, 6:37. We got things that must go coming up in a moment. But first, big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by
Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
So you think, they've been doing guest hosts on Jeopardy, and I haven't watched many of them. But when you think, well, they're going to put a football quarterback in there, NFL quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, and have him host, that doesn't sound like it would go very well, does it? Well, I happen to actually watch him.
Oh, yeah?
And he was pretty good. Surprisingly. I guess he loves Jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
And
He was a contestant on Celebrity Jeopardy.
Oh, that's right. And he was just charming enough, and he didn't screw up. He's made it pretty clear that he wants to be the full-time host of Jeopardy. He's telling everybody, no, that's what I want to do. Now, I'm not saying I'm retiring from football, but the minute I do, I want the job held for me if it can happen. He drew high praise last week after serving as guest host for a total of 5 episodes. Some of that praise came from Mike Richards, who is the executive producer of Jeopardy. The thing that Richards was most impressed with was how prepared he was to come in and host the show. He made sure he knew. But think about it, an NFL quarterback has to be very prepared every Sunday to play the game. And so I'm sure he used, just like game prep, that's what he did.
He watched tape.
Yeah, he probably did.
You know who has to be prepared every damn day? The engineer on the Starship Enterprise. Give it to LeVar Burton. Then we'll talk.
What did I just see LeVar Burton do? And he was just terrible. He was doing a role in some reality.
He's
podcast
blind. Be
or
nice
something.
to him.
Yeah.
No, he has this special banana clip that he can put over his eyes and see. Taylor Swift creeped out Stephen Colbert. Creeped him right out.
How'd she do that?
Well, now Stephen Colbert has been insisting that the Taylor Swift's 2008 song "Hey Stephen" is all about him.
Of course it is.
Well, she was on, and she said about that, Stephen, don't flatter yourself. My song "Hey Stephen" is not about you. Any more than my album 1989 is about that year you spent waiting tables on the lunch shift at Scusi, an Italian restaurant in the north area of Chicago that, by the way, serves an incredibly nice slice of pizza.
Somebody looked at Wikipedia.
But Colbert was not having any of it. No matter how much you insist that "Hey Stephen" is not about me, I keep getting that strong feeling that it is, he said.
She doth protest too much.
Yeah. The coronavirus.
Yeah.
Still around, isn't it? India will fast-track the approval of vaccines as it battles the world's biggest coronavirus outbreak. A second pandemic, Ramadan, begins for millions of Muslims across the world. And that's the largest movement of people together. That's ever. Every year the largest number of people get together, and I forget where they all are going to Mecca, right? And they join up at different places, and so that's just just a big pandemic wave of human beings. France will suspend all flights from and to Brazil because of growing worries about the virus variant spreading there.
Don't blame them.
And federal health agencies in the U.S. called for a temporary halt in the use of Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine over concerns that the vaccine may be linked to a rare disorder involving blood clots. So there were 6 cases, I believe, and several million doses administered.
It is literally 1 in a million.
But they're taking.
They're being very cautious and very transparent about how they're dealing with it. So.
I mean, and I understand why they're doing it this way, and it does make sense, but at the same time, it foments, little paranoia. And, of course, Tucker Carlson was more than willing to take advantage of that, did a whole report about maybe they don't work, and they don't want you to know.
You know what he said about that is he said the CDC and health experts are saying that even after you've had the vaccine, you should still wear a mask. Well, if the vaccine works, why should you have to wear a mask? Maybe it doesn't really work. They just don't want you to know.
No, they're upfront about it all. If the vaccine is 95% effective, which is awesome,
hang on.
that's
Tucker,
still
are you getting
5% that maybe it's not. It's
Tucker,
not hard, Tucker.
Tucker, he's been sleeping on my extra.
Not hard. Not hiding anything. It's all out there.
Coronavirus here in Utah. Utah reported 358 more cases, an increase of 358 confirmed cases, bringing the state's total of COVID cases to 390,647. Utah also reported 2 additional deaths. Well, Gina mentioned it. Thousands of people have lost power because of the storm.
Oh, it just went out in Farmington. Just lost a bunch of power.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about 1,000 people without power just went out in Farmington.
Davis County has been pretty hard hit. Some power was restored last night in Davis County, but now other power is going out. Rocky Mountain Power reports 1,567 customers have been affected by the outage, which was first reported just before 10:15 p.m. They said most of it should be restored by this morning. So I think they got a lot of it restored, and then more went out.
So yeah, this is just on. I follow the Rocky Mountain Power Twitter. 1,500 customers in Ogden got their power back at almost the same exact time as 1,100 people in Farmington lost theirs. So,
You know why that is?
Why?
They don't want you to know what's really going on.
Okay.
Former University of Utah Police Chief Dale Brophy, who received a full year's salary and a $6,000 party that the office threw for him when he retired amid criticism of his department's handling of the Lauren McCluskey case, now says he wasn't treated fairly. And he wants the school to pay him millions of dollars. Miguel Darras, a former officer who showed off explicit photos of Lauren McCluskey to his male coworkers and quit his job at the U before the incident was investigated, claims he also deserves
How
millions
dare he?
of dollars.
Really?
Yes. Their claims are presented in a legal notice, the first step toward filing a lawsuit or reaching a settlement with the government agency. They come after the three officers, there's another one involved, were accused of misconduct or failing to report misconduct, and Brophy and his former deputy chief oversaw the department's flawed handling of the Lauren McCluskey reports before she was killed on campus in October of 2018. So let's make sure that we get our... The chief retired with a full year salary, and they threw him a party worth $6,000. We're kind of pushing you into retirement, Chief, but here's a big party for you. Jeez. STDs have reached an all-time high for the sixth consecutive year
Not
in a row.
conservative.
No. And I think Matt Gaetz has probably had a lot to do with that. Mr. Gaetz, Florida politician at the center of an investigation into his doings, has provided federal law enforcement with information about Matt Gaetz' activities. This guy is looking for a plea deal to resolve his own legal woes. What's his name?
Greenberg?
Greenberg, yeah, Joel Greenberg. He's a Florida tax collector. That's an elected position, by the way. And he is he's singing like a bird, as they say, about Matt Gaetz and probably other things that he knows.
I hope.
About Florida politics, and I bet there are politicians all over Florida going, What has he got? What did I get?
Apparently there is one unnamed major politician in Florida that is involved in this. And all throughout the reports, his name has been redacted.
Ooh,
So
who
we'll
might
see.
that be?
We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see. Are we done? We got time for one more.
That's good. Sports weather traffic.
Let's see. The Jazz, they won like they so often do these days. They beat Oklahoma City Thunder 106-96. They play again on Friday. It's the Indiana Pacers. It's an early game, 1 o'clock game then. Weather, so we've had some serious wind events happening. Right now, winds are gusting about 45 miles an hour or so near Immigration, Parleys, and Mill Creek canyons. I guess Weber had the record. Weber Canyon had 80-mile-an-hour winds overnight. And that would explain a lot of the power outages that are happening. Farmington looks like about 1,100 people are without power now. Most people back in Ogden have gotten their power restored, but if you see some traffic lights out, you want to treat those as four-way stops. This wind should be dying down about noon, they're saying. And then we have a chance of some showers after that, and we're not going to get much warmer than we are right now, 43 for a high.
All right, weather and all that brought to you by Scott Hale. Schedule your appointment by April 16th to get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 at Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. All right, things that must go now, brought to you by...
Brought to you by Be Prepared for Your Day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, dear friends of the program, and we hate it when your life is askew and you're being nagged at by various things. So maybe if you write those down in an email and send them to us, it'll make you feel better. And if we read them on the show, there's a chance that these things may just actually disappear from your lives. So send your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must-go in the subject line. Carrie, you want to start today?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. We'll start with a personal note from here, from Mount Doom, where it's always a struggle. The thing that must go is this roll of toilet paper, or this roll of paper towels that we're using right now.
What's up?
The perforations aren't stamped out enough, so they don't tear cleanly.
Get an uneven.
But it's the same brand that we've been using for years, so I don't know what's happened. But
You poor dear. Are
I know.
you okay?
We'll muddle through. We will muddle through. We'll make it happen. Let's see. This one from Jay, the Uber driving podcast editor guy.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Good morning, my lords. I am both a podcast editor and an Uber driver, and while my full list of must-goes would be far too extensive for this segment, I believe that I have successfully narrowed it down to the following. For Uber, so he's going to do one for Uber and one for podcasting. For Uber, drivers that don't use their blinker, passengers that treat me as though I am their personal valet. Seriously, if you had the money for a personal valet or chauffeur, you wouldn't be taking an Uber. And this one, passengers that don't request a large enough Uber to fit their skis and then get pissed when I roll up in my little red Impala. Spring for the extra large vehicle, please. For podcast editing, clients that want their podcast edited in a ridiculous turnaround time. The success of my business hinges on me servicing more people than just you. 5. Clients that tell me that they can get work done cheaper on Fiverr. Perhaps you should be shopping there then. And finally, clients that sound like they recorded their podcast on a flip phone from 2006 while on the toilet with the shower running and then say they want it to sound as good as Mark Maron.
Can you clean that up for me?
Clean that up for me, would you? You're the best part of my day, and because Carrie wanted it, I'll try to produce a Gurky intro for him just because I want to. Remember, it has to go, Gurky! Like you're shaking your fist at him. Hope your foot feels okay, Gina. And Bill is my spirit animal. From Jay.
All right. Thanks, Jay. I'll go next. This is a must-go. Let's see if I can mention the name. Doesn't say. My things that must go are, number 1, Justin, my roommate, for leaving a dirty knife balancing between the sinks after making a peanut butter sandwich, leaving it there balanced between the sinks instead of just washing the knife. Number 2.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah. Number 2, lame online economic homework. Number 3, Nick, and I think he means Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal. Nick not expressing enough rage on the radio when venting about the Dhar Mann videos, especially when actors from no movies from porn can give a better performance than those inspirational actors. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, so I
Did you
looked
go
up.
look at it?
I looked up a Dhar Mann video, and the acting is wonderful because it's so. This is how you act. I kind of like it.
Deliberate.
Yeah. Number 4, stepping in dog poop while in the garden. Number 5, the lounge card from the Clue board game being misplaced from the box, thus causing your best bro to be eliminated from the game after Easter dinner because he accused it that it was Professor Plum with the rope in the lounge when it was really in the kitchen. Number 6, stinky cat litter. Number 7, Gina's son having to go into quarantine for the 4th time. Number 8, only knowing about Jacksonville, Florida from the NBC sitcom The Good Place. Thank you for letting me listen, Tony. And then this quick one. This one might have been done 100 times, but just in case, I'll say it. People pulling their shirt or their jacket over their nose must go. Wear a mask
Oh
or
yeah,
don't,
I've seen that a lot.
but
There's
stop
my mask.
pretending. You look like a fool with your nose in your shirt or jacket.
They
No,
think
no,
this
this
little
works.
they
This is
they think
fine.
that Dracula move is the way to go. No,
Well,
it's
it's
not.
like they walk into a place and they go, I forgot my mask. I'll just do this.
Then you turn around, you go back to your car, you get it. You know?
Well, there aren't any in my car.
I'm sure if you ask the store, they have one for
Yeah.
you. Most stores do.
You know what you can buy now? Shirts that have like a mask built in. It's like a
Oh.
kind of like a cowl neck sweater, but then it's got little loops for your ears, so you can
really?
just pull it up.
Oh, okay.
They're kind of cool.
Well, that would mean taking a lot of thought to get something like that.
Yeah.
Unlike somebody who is just, walking out of their car and not thinking.
Yeah.
All right, Gina?
First one from me. I'm at the Fairmont Park last night.
Skateboarding?
And, no, it's soccer practice.
Oh.
And these cars that drive super fast around the park, like looping the park. They sound like that. There are kids and old people and ducks trying to cross the road there around the
ducks.
park. And you drive slow around the park. Who are you trying to impress somebody? Are we? What's the point of this?
I think there's something going on there.
As the peacock floats his feathers to impress its mate, so does the human male in the... It doesn't
don't
work
get
that
it.
way, though.
No, I don't get it. Let's see. Hello, Radio from Hell. I feel weird about this, and I hate being that person, linguistics and speech Nazi. And believe me, I have no room to talk, but something's been driving me crazy. It's the usage of as a filler when people are speaking. There's someone on your staff who's especially egregious user of the filler. They go at the beginning of every sentence. I was taught on the first day of 7th grade speech class to watch my ums and uhs, and sadly, that was the only thing I remember from junior high school. Thank you for letting me listen. Sincerely, I'm probably not helpful. It's just instead of saying just take a breath. It's okay to not say anything. You don't need to fill every space with. Hello, lords and lady.
But that holds my spot on the floor is the thing. So.
Hello, lords and lady. One thing that must go is people leaving their grocery cart in the middle of the parking lot instead of the designated area for carts. I almost fought an old man because of walking an extra 2 feet. He left his cart right in the middle of the walkway. Putting it all the way away would have required just a little push. That's it. That's the things that must go.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, please.
Well, traffic and weather related again today, like yesterday due to this windstorm. I-84 westbound is closed at Tremonton due to tipped semis, more than one. Use I-15 northbound as your alternate route. And if you are in a semi, just hang out till noon because the high wind warning is in effect. Now, most of the power's been restored to Ogden, but about 1,100 customers in Farmington now are without power. That wind is just wreaking havoc on traffic lights. And please just treat those as four-way stops if you come across them. And Parley's Canyon, I guess, seeing some snow this morning. A friend of the program letting us know at 33986 that they were seeing some snow up there. And what do you see? You can let us know by texting it to us, 33986. The Honda Dream Garage Spring Event brings 0% financing and other great deals from your Utah Honda dealers. See UtahHondaDealers.com.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners, big boy news, all of that and more coming up. KXRK Provo.
I have a 7-year-old, so
Exactly.
who's starting competition soccer.
Say goodbye to the rest of your weekends
Well,
for the rest of your life.
That's what I'm saying. It all starts tomorrow. They have a tournament tomorrow. Mm-hmm. They have a game at 11. No, they have a game at 2. They have a game at 7. Mm-hmm. Friday they have a game at 11, and we're going to be up at Snowbird. So somehow I have to get from Snowbird to This is going to be.
I
But
would
this
suggest,
is my life.
I
now.
would
This
suggest
is-
using your car. That
Let
would
me-
be. That was. I think you would use your car.
Let me ask you a question. Was it his idea to play
Yes.
soccer?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because that's when you need to have the talk with him and say, look, okay, I understand you want to play soccer,
Yeah.
but guess what? Mommy is saying goodbye to her weekends now because of this.
It's a huge commitment. It's expensive,
Here's what you do.
and it's a huge commitment.
I'm sure if you search around, you know how you have found a person to do almost everything for you. Rather than clean up the dog crap in your yard, you have found a person
Yes.
who will do that for you. Rather than deal with the lice problem yourself,
The lice lady.
You found the lice lady.
Yeah.
I'll bet you anything there is a person out there who will go to the soccer games for you.
But I like to go to.
Then
the
quit bitching about it.
No, I'm just saying it begins, and Carrie's absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is.
This isn't just you playing soccer here. You need to know this, kid. This is about me taking you, transporting you, and the
it's
other two,
and it starts small when they're 7, but pretty soon it's out of state tournaments.
Yeah.
Multiple times a year. Mm-hmm. It's a huge.
Which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it.
Here's
Out
how-
of state tournaments,
Yeah.
really?
Yep.
For 7-year-olds. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's how people catch the bird flu: by close contact with birds or bird droppings. Some people have caught bird flu by cleaning or pluck. Did you pluck any birds?
I
while
didn't
you were on
pluck
vacation?
anything.
There was no plucking going on in the
No.
trailer. I guess it is kind of close quarters, the kids can hear. If
There's no plucking in the trailer.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm plucking a chicken.
Your dad and I are plucking a chicken.
Plucking that chicken. Is that what they said?
yeah,
Keep plucking
we're-
that chicken.
It is also possible that some people were infected after swimming or bathing in water contaminated with the droppings of infected birds, and some. Here it is. You've handled a fighting cock.
That's
That
it.
was it.
That's what
That's
was it.
it.
you handled a
I
fighting.
have
cock.
to admit, I've handled a fighting.
You had handled a fighting cock. There have been a few cases where one infected person caught the bird flu virus from another person, but it never has happened. It does not happen by eating infected animals.
But I knew it was living amongst. It's not the mosquito bite, but
No.
it's living amongst them.
Yeah. And it happens a lot in Egypt.
Our attorney,
It
Ed,
does.
our attorney Ed Brass sounds like your DNA dad is Marty Feldman because of your eye
Yeah.
drooping and oozing. Mm-hmm. And then I've got another person who is saying, out of state tournaments. This is Gina's way of telling you that she'll be taking time off.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Not yet.
This is her way of telling
This
us
one
now.
is just here.
And then it'll get announced on a Thursday.
Yeah.
you
Oh,
know?
by the way, I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
And then she'll say, I told you that this would happen.
her husband can't possibly take the time off to go to the out-of-state tournament.
No.
But you can. Because this job isn't.
He
as
has a real
important.
job.
Yeah, this isn't.
This isn't a real job.
No, not to you. It isn't. And certainly the way we treat
Why
you.
should it be?
No, we're going to create a rent-a-mom business. I think this is a great idea
Yeah.
here.
Well, it's 7:04, and we're broadcasting live from our homes yet again. Katie back in the studio in Salt Lake, taking all of this audio and visual and cramming it in your ear and eye holes at x96.com/live and everywhere else.
I see that you, Carrie, are holding up your coffee mug there, and I'm suspecting
Yes.
that mug is full of Mill Creek coffee, the San Francisco treat. Oh no, wait, that's no.
Yes,
Mill Creek coffee. You're soaking in it. No,
there's not enough in there for you to see it. I'm trying to tip it
I
up,
can
but I
see
don't want to
just a
spill
little
it.
bit of cream is all.
Get yourself some Mill Creek coffee. That's what we're saying.
Delicious.
Yes, it's locally roasted, selected by Steve, and roasted by Steve and his folks at Mill Creek Coffee down on Main Street, and it's good stuff. It's the only coffee I drink at home. I sometimes drink other coffees when I'm out and about because not every place should have Mill Creek coffee.
Yes.
Right. Anyway,
All right.
so I have an email of interest. I believe it is of some interest anyway. It's the title was "I'm going to burn in hell for all eternity, and I blame you specifically."
Okay.
Well,
n-
that sounds-
the
that
subject
sounds
line
official
makes
to
it of
me.
interest. So let's go. Emails of interest.
Now this was sent to me specifically, but I think it probably references all of us. The title again is "I'm going to burn in hell for all eternity, and I blame you specifically."
Okay.
And then the letter begins, the email begins, "I'm going to burn in hell for all eternity, and I blame you specifically."
Okay.
So it's pretty redundant about that. I grew up in Utah, listening to a steady diet of Rush Limbaugh and being raised by ultra-conservative LDS Republicans.
Okay.
My family thinks that Fox is too liberal, and they don't watch it anymore.
Wow. That's
I
tough.
began listening to your show, Radio from Hell, in the late 80s. Your insidious indoctrination has caused my political affiliations to drift to the left.
Oh.
I would have loved to have seen Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton as president. I was once fired from a job because I was fighting to stop strip mining of Native American Holy Land, which also happens to be my favorite climbing area, but, you know. I'm embarrassingly woke. I won't do social media because my wokeness is so cringy. As a God-fearing parent, I should stop living... excuse me, let me read that again. As a God-fearing parent, I should stop loving my gay son, but I can't, and I won't.
Good.
I'm sure Jesus is disappointed in me because I believe in reasonable gun legislation. I can't believe I've fallen so far from my roots. I supported both Bush presidents. You, Bill Allred, and the Radio from Hell show, you are to blame for my heathen beliefs. And now I'm going to burn in hell for all eternity. Hopefully, when I get there, I'll get to meet you. It is signed, but maybe I'll just leave the name off.
So we got another one. That's
For
what
my
this-
apologies,
Call Mr. Soros immediately.
my apologies. For my whatever small part I might have played in your burning in hell for all eternity, sir, I apologize.
Now do you see why we get the hate mail that we get? We have an effect on people. We're poisoning young minds.
And it's not my intention to have an effect on people. I just sort of hope they find what we do is entertaining and thought provoking, but I'm really not trying to change your mind. You can believe whatever you want. Do your own research. Go on.
Do your own research.
Go on. That's fine. It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
See, but then I wish we could turn certain people though. Like, I wish we could direct it at people and change their minds. I wish we had that power. We don't, but...
No. It's, it does get...
If you could direct it, Gina, where would you direct it?
Oh, there's family and friends.
Okay.
That I wish. I try to subtly do it. Like, I try to post things on social media that I think maybe this will be the thing. And there's nothing I can post or say that's going to change their mind. And it's frustrating.
Well, it's probably frustrating for them as well, Gina, because they post things all of the time.
I know.
And it doesn't change your mind.
I know. And I know that as I'm doing it, but I still am hopeful that maybe
you are as deeply entrenched in your mistaken ideals as they are in theirs.
It's true. It's frustrating, though.
It's a hard thing to figure sometimes.
Like people that I know to be smart people.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know you're better than this. I know you are, but you're stuck in this vortex of hate.
No,
and
if they are, they're not better than that, Gina. they've been misleading you as to how smart they are all this time.
It's disappointing.
True. It is hard to figure, though, as I was going to say, how people there are people who are perfectly bright and they get hooked into these belief systems that if you that I don't even try to point out where I think it's wrong, because it just they are so entrenched, and I just always think, what? How do you get that way? I don't. Have you ever had anybody change your mind about a belief you have?
I've changed my mind about the death penalty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah,
I used to be pro death penalty, and then I've come around on that.
Yeah, I was anti-death penalty. I wrote a paper about it when I was in junior high. I was against the death penalty. But and then I was for it for most of my adult life because, well, let's face it, there are certain people that just deserve to die.
Mm-hmm. That was my attitude as well. As you know, there's some people who shouldn't be allowed to live.
Yeah, but then, and that's still true. There are people who shouldn't be allowed to live, but the death penalty is so unfairly applied.
Yeah.
Yes.
That it's that
And it's there's still a chance that you could have the wrong person.
You got the wrong guy.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. And so
anything else? Change your mind on anything else?
No,
when I look at my attitudes from many years ago into where I am now, the list is just nonstop. I mean, I've always been a liberal because it's always been about fighting for the underdog or the marginalized.
Why did you become a liberal, though? You grew up in a farm.
Because I was the marginalized growing up. I knew I was the marginalized, and so I found other people who were marginalized, and we got together, and that's where it all began. I used to hate sushi. I've come around.
Somehow I've always gravitated toward liberal stuff, even as a little kid.
Too.
I guess it's probably my mother's influence.
I blame Sesame Street.
Oh yeah, liberal Sesame. I did think of one thing that I changed my mind on, and this is it'll break my mother's heart because this was one of her hard and fast rules. Mm-hmm. Dinner is not a gift.
Oh yeah, you've come around on that.
God, I used to
Dinner's absolutely a gift.
Of course it is.
You used to piss us off so much when you would fight us on that.
You piss me off when you'd say that.
That was my mother. Dinner is not a gift. Mm-hmm. Dinner is something you do and then you give a gift. Absolutely.
Or maybe during dinner you give a gift.
Yeah. I've come around on that. See?
Wow, you've really made a stretch there.
I did my own research and I found that, you know what? A really nice dinner is a perfectly fine gift.
Good. That's good.
All right. Well, that was of interest, I guess. Traffic.
There's much traffic.
Go ahead.
So troopers are on the scene of 3 semi-involved accidents. These are all up north in Tremonton area. The road is closed up there on I-15 near Bear River, Tremonton. It's bad wind issues. Also, westbound I-80 at the mouth of Parley's. A semi hauling tractor parts hit a concrete barrier and its trailer rolled over the barrier. Traffic is being diverted. I-215 westbound I-80 is currently closed. They have to get a heavy-duty wrecker or two to clean up that mess. And weather is affecting traffic lights. Lots of power outages, particularly in Davis and Weber counties. When you come upon those, just treat them as four-way stops. Snowing in Weber Canyon on Highway 89 near South Ogden, and they've had crazy winds. They had 80-mile-an-hour winds overnight in Weber Canyon. Now, those winds should be dying down by noon. They're asking semi-drivers to not be driving until noon if you can help it, because you don't want to be one of those semis that's turned over. And if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Let's see, we got Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be discerning. Number 1, these pills are all natural supplements. Number 2, hey, watch what Daddy can do. And number 3, I keep this one with my get-out-of-jail-free card.
All right, round 1 of your boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust, Big O Tires. Now,
well, it's springtime. A lot of people are, they're not going to be flying. They're not going to be, they want to take a spring vacation, summer vacation. So road trips are the thing that are going to be happening this year. And you want to make sure that your vehicle is ready to go, get not just the tires checked, but everything else. And they can do it all at Big O.
They'll do a free air conditioning tune-up and check. It says right there, free air conditioning check right now at Big O Tires. And they have a spring sale going on. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on select sets of Aspen, Mesa, and Nitto tires, and there are various models within that. Plus, with your Big O credit card, and there's nothing to signing up and getting one. A Big O credit card, you will get $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires, and I love those tires. That's on both of my vehicles. I have Big O tires. They're locally owned and operated. Find a store near you. Go to BigOTires.com.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You
Never?
get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914
That's probably stale.
by the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
Did you go back to Backyard Birds?
no, my my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses.
Oh.
And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind
What
of.
would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think.
I have things in common with molasses.
That's. Well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January. That's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
Yeah, there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the realies. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash
Mountain?
Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. For round one of your boners, here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both of our champions and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. Right now, you got to pick one of these 3 to send forward to boner fight. That's when it all goes down. So, here we go. Round 1. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Very stylish Radio from Hell boner t-shirt, which you can pick up if you win it. And if you won one from us in the last year or so, you can come down to 50 West Broadway, 2nd floor between 9 and noon and pick that up.
Here's boner candidate number 1. These pills are all natural supplements. A Utah man has admitted in federal court that he manufactured pills with the active ingredient of Viagra in them.
Oh.
But then falsely labeled and marketed them as natural supplements. According to a release from the Utah Attorney's Office, District of New Jersey, 55-year-old Robert Zhang of Salt Lake pleaded guilty to one count of introducing a misbranded drug into interstate commerce with the intent to defraud and mislead consumers. Now, Mr. Zhang sold what he claimed were natural supplements online with Newtopia USA, one of multiple companies that he owns. In February of 2020, Mr. Zhang imported 3 kilos of sildenafil, it's the generic name for Viagra, which is the active ingredient in the prescription erectile dysfunction drug Viagra. He then used it to manufacture a product that he called Mr. Richard Rocks. Mr. Richard Rocks was the product.
I get it.
Oh, okay.
His unapproved drug was marketed and labeled as a dietary supplement with only natural ingredients. Now, he was claiming, and probably, he was claiming, and they probably did work, that they would, give you a hard one when you needed one. It would cure your erectile dysfunction, because there was, in fact, Viagra in them. But he marketed it as, he was deceptive, as an all-natural.
Yep. Like, I don't want to take Viagra. No, this isn't Viagra. This is all natural.
These are herbs that have been used and tried and proven over thousands of years. And it was Viagra with some other crap in it.
Yep.
Boner candidate number 1. These pills are all natural supplements. Here's boner candidate number 2. Watch what Daddy can do. A Milwaukee man tried to break into the elephant enclosure at a local zoo to, quote, impress his daughter, authorities said. Armand Bullocks allegedly climbed over a locked fence area in the outdoor exhibit at the Milwaukee County Zoo around closing time. He then began to scale a second fence, but was stopped by park workers before he reached the zoo's 2 African elephants. The individual was stopped from going where he really could have gotten hurt, said said Tim Wild, the zoo's curator of large mammals. Milwaukee County Sheriff deputies told WISN 12 that the 27-year-old man was spotted sitting on the fence and dangling his leg into the exhibit where the elephants were. Mr. Bullock was cited for trespassing and fined $263. He said he wanted to impress his daughter. Watch what Daddy can do. Mm-hmm. Boner candidate number 2.
Weekend Dad, no!
Now think about it, Gina.
Dad, no.
Think about it, Gina. If Daddy Gary had done that, wouldn't that? Wow,
no,
Daddy Gary can get in.
He
How about
wouldn't
Tom?
have.
Tom
No.
would have. Tom would have. I've had a couple of pops, and now I'm gonna.
You stupid elephant!
I'm gonna show you.
Okay, that would have been fun. That would.
That's number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I keep this one with my get out of jail free card.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Volkswagens are some of the hottest cars in Utah right now, and to make shopping easier for Volkswagen Layton customers, they've calculated all of their leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com.
Well, I really don't like this guy for a number of reasons, but I have to applaud him for one thing. Guy Fieri, his restaurant employee relief fund has raised almost $25 million to help out restaurant workers who may be struggling because of coronavirus. More than 43,000 workers were approved for $500 grants through the relief fund, many saying that they would use the grants for living expenses. Fieri told CBS, so many people work in the restaurant industry in multiple jobs, second jobs, single moms, single parents, students, retirees, and the restaurant industry is massively important to our communities. When I saw this coming, I said, we've got to do something to get some money to these folks. And so he's been doing all kinds of fundraisers and putting in some of his own money to to
Yeah,
make sure that we can all get back to Flavortown. You know?
I'm not sure where I stand on Guy Fieri. I mean,
Oh, I am.
because he does these charitable things, but then I remember that he helped host that anti-mask rally down
Yeah.
south. So
Well, but then on the other hand, Carrie, so the positive thing is the restaurant relief, but then the negative thing is the mask, anti-mask thing. But then again, on the positive, donkey sauce.
That is not a donkey sauce. Is not a positive.
he hosts one of our favorite shows.
Have some donkey sauce. Judy.
Tournament of Champions. We enjoy Tournament of Champions, and he hosts it. So
Yeah.
I'm stuck. Anyway.
All right. And Kenan Thompson,
Yes.
is a longtime fixture on Saturday Night Live, says the Home Alone reboot that he's been involved with is very close to being complete. Now, is he playing the little kid, Kevin?
Sure.
I think that'd work
could.
out
No,
great.
you shoot it using forced perspective, and he could appear to be very small.
Yeah. I don't know does he play the burglar, or I don't know. I don't know.
He'd be perfect for the burglar.
Yeah.
With the faces that he pulls and all that. He could do that.
Yeah. President Biden says that he will withdraw American troops from Afghanistan by September 11th, declaring an end to the nation's longest war and overruling warnings from his military advisors that the departure could prompt a resurgence of the same terrorist threats that sent hundreds of thousands of troops into combat over the past 20 years. In rejecting the Pentagon's push to remain until Afghan security forces can assert themselves against the Taliban, Mr. Biden forcibly stamped his views on a policy he has long debated but never controlled. Now, after years of arguing against an extended military presence in Afghanistan, the president is doing things his way, and he's going to set the deadline. He has set the deadline, symbolically, I would suspect, on September 11th.
Because it's an
it'll be-
endless war.
Yeah.
There was never going to be a satisfactory resolution to that.
Yeah.
Never.
You should have just asked the Russians about that. They were there for only 10 years.
Yeah.
And then they said, well, we can't do anything about
And
it.
September is the 20th anniversary. 9/11. So.
The Derek Chauvin trial in Minneapolis, a police officer approached a car with George Floyd in the front seat. And Mr. Floyd started to panic. While officers ordered him to spit out a pill he was trying to swallow, he repeatedly begged them not to shoot him. Within seconds, one of the officers had his gun drawn. Floyd was pulled out of the car and handcuffed. The body-worn camera video of that scene was shown for the first time on Tuesday to jurors in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who's charged with murdering Mr. Floyd. The episode was strikingly similar. So this isn't the day that George Floyd was murdered. This was another.
Oh, I didn't know that.
A time in the past.
Yeah.
And it was very similar. It was a year before Floyd was taken out, and let's just say he died. And so the defense was trying to draw some correlations between that incident and the one that led to Mr. Floyd's death. They weren't very successful at it. I think what I've seen of the trial, it's just too overwhelming. The evidence.
I can't. Yeah, I still don't know what the defense is gonna. What's your defense?
Well, that's what they tried to say. You see, the same situation occurred, and we put Mr. Floyd in restraints and put him on the ground, and it was fine. And this one would have been fine had he not had drugs in his system.
But that's not what the doctors said.
Well, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, what matters is, so even if he had drugs in his system that contributed, what killed him was the fact that Chauvin wouldn't let him up.
Yeah.
That's what
And
killed
he
him.
was he had his arms behind his back.
Yeah.
He was not resisting. He was
I
just
keep
lying there.
hearing all of these, people, and it's mostly in social media. It says, well, if he just didn't resist, if he listen, here's the reality check. Police are not executioners. They're not supposed to kill innocent people or
Anybody.
guilty people.
Anybody.
Even if you're guilty, they're not supposed to kill you. All right? They're not executioners. That's not their jobs.
Unless you're trying to kill them.
Yeah, and clearly, Mr. Floyd was not trying to kill anybody.
No. Let's see. If you hear some booms and bangs and explosions, Tooele Army Depot is conducting a bunch of open detonations.
Really?
Okay.
So yeah, these are not in bunkers, and these are out in the open.
They got some old explosives they need to get rid of. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I guess that's what they do.
Yeah.
Getting rid of old explosives, damaged, otherwise unsafe. So they detonate it before it just decides it's going to detonate itself when you least expect it. Let's see, one other?
Sure.
Kellogg's.
Quickie.
Okay.
Oh, yes, this is interesting.
In honor of Pride Month 2021, which is June, Kellogg and Glad have come together to introduce a new cereal. The Together with Pride variety aims to celebrate everyone having a seat at the table and show support for the LGBTQ plus community. The cereal is Kellogg's Together with Pride. It features heart-shaped, so it's like a Cheerio, except it's heart-shaped.
It's like a Fruit Loop.
Yeah, there are different colors. Are they different flavors?
They're sugar flavored.
The
Close your eyes
Pride
and tell the difference. You can't.
The Pride Fueled box was filled with 6 cereals, including Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, Rice Krispies, Frosted Mini Wheats, Raisin Bran, and Corn Flakes, all together. Mm-hmm. And then there's also some glitter in there.
Now, see, you had me until you said that there was glitter in it, and I was like, nope, I'm not
Glitter?
bringing anything with glitter into my house.
Yeah, there's edible.
Edible glitter?
There is edible. Yeah, there's edible glitter.
Yeah.
People put it on cupcakes
Strippers?
sometimes, and I don't know. Strippers aren't
that's-
edible as far as I'm concerned.
And that glitter isn't edible.
All right, that's it.
All right. Weather traffic.
Well, the wind events continue, and if you're driving a semi, don't until noon, because troopers are dealing with 3 different semi-involved incidents affecting your morning commute. One of them, pretty serious one at the mouth of Parley's Canyon. That one is, let's see. Oh, crews have started to clear that at the mouth of Parley's, but a semi hauling tractor parts hit a concrete barrier, and the trailer rolled over the barrier. Traffic being diverted to I-215. They're working on that. And let's see. Yeah, westbound I-80 is still closed at milepost 130, the I-215 East Junction. Use exit 130 to get around that. We also have a crash westbound SR-201 at milepost 5. This is east of SR-202. And up north in Weber-Davis counties, there's still some power outages that could be affecting traffic signals, so treat those as 4-way stops. Free couch, right shoulder, I-80 East, just east of Redwood Road exit if you're in the market for one of those. Or maybe it's a jogging stroller you'd like. There's a free blue jogging stroller in the median just south of 5600 South on I-15. Let's see, that's from Cement Dave. Thanks, Cement Dave. If you want to text in like he did, you can do that at 33986. The Spring Super Sale is here only at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. For a limited time, buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Boner candidate number 3. I keep this one with my get out of jail free card. Mm-hmm. The Utah Department of Health has warned residents about fake cards that claim to exempt people from having to wear face masks.
They're not real.
Officials used social media to alert the public that the cards are fraudulent and offer no exemption to the user. The department said it had received reports of people creating the cards and presenting them to businesses and schools. These are fake. The state of Utah, Utah Department of Health, and local health departments do not provide exemption cards, the tweet read. At first glance, the cards appear to be real, as they include a state of Utah seal, the signature of UDOH Executive Director Rich Saunders, and a phone number for the Utah Department of Health. However, it's all a fraud. A second tweet offered several links explaining who is exempt from wearing face masks in Utah. Who is exempt? Child who is younger than 3, individual who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the face mask without assistance, individual with a medical condition, mental health condition, or intellectual or developmental disability that prevents the individual from wearing a face mask. The cards, though, are fake. Boner candidate number 3. I keep this one with my get-out-of-jail-free card.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, these pills are all natural supplements, and they will give you, they will cure your erectile dysfunction. No, they will do that because there is in fact, there's Viagra in them, but it wasn't advertised that there was Viagra in them, and so that's fraud. Boner candidate number 2. Watch what Daddy can do. A Wisconsin man trying to get into a zoo's elephant cage to impress his daughter. And boner candidate number 3, I keep this one with my get-out-of-jail-free card.
Okay. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. And then it has to go up against the winner of Round 2's voting. Round 2 at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. Another winner there. And then we take both winners and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. Okay? So, pick your champion from here. Round 1, and send it forward. 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting April 14, 2021. Vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. All right, you have until the end of these messages to get your voting in. We'll award the winner of Round 1 and then start taking your calls for Dr. Cobble. So as soon as these messages end, start lining up with your questions for Dr. Cobble about the vaccine, about COVID, whatever it is.
About the Johnson & Johnson?
We'll talk about that, I'm sure. So be ready with your questions and be ready to call as soon as we award Round 1 of your boners.
Non-stop music for 1 hour, right after Radio from Hell on...
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hi, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the Chainsaw Guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So, this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. And I think you can find out example, and you can put your eye down or something. Or if you don't put your eye down or something, you might hit the back. You got it too, or something cool. You're gonna put this on, and then you get on the back. Get anywhere, we can have it shot. You can, but you gotta be careful. And watch it give this armor, and watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of...
Mold.
What?
Mold.
Okay.
Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So, what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
I don't have anything to say about that. Come on.
You don't have anything to say
No,
about that?
no.
That's it?
You got to build up a bold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take your cans home and you get your cans to them. And then lay up them and don't you turn them to the... And then you take your cake off and... And then you my favorite recipe is that close home and then you have... And then take a bag of food on and empty them. And then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on... I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I got to go back to work on that. I built a display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I put all of my Perry Como records.
Perry Como
Perry
records.
Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw Guy.
Halloween, sir.
Now, we have gotten taken care of voting for round one. We're going to award round one of your voting right now. So right now it's time for you to call in and ask your questions of an actual doctor, not a Facebook doctor, an actual doctor. It's 877-602-9696 if you have questions about the vaccinations and about COVID and all of that. Dr. Cobble is here, so let's award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Schweinschnitzel. Breaded pork cutlets.
Oh, yum. And half a stick of butter.
Okay. So we had boner candidate number one. These pills are all natural supplements. No, Dr. Zhang, they were not. You put Viagra in them and tried to pass them off as being natural supplements, and that's fraud. Boner candidate number two, watch what Daddy can do. Isn't that great? He can almost get himself killed trying to climb into the elephant enclosure. And boner candidate number 3, I keep this one with my get out of jail free card, because you never know when you're going to need your get out of jail free card, and your fake mask exempt card too. You might need that. Yeah, these are fake cards. The Utah Department of Health does not issue such a thing. All right. Let's see. Martin won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number 3, the mask exempt cards, the fake
ones.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, there's your winner of round 1's voting. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We'll take both winners, put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with boner fights. All right. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
It's by the other half of the stick of butter.
Oh, okay.
Tell you if you buy the land, I think it's Land O'Lakes maybe, but they come in half sticks if you want.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, so we had boner. Oh,
this is Dr. Cobble's music, Bill. You know that.
I know, you just switched on me though. So Dr. Cobble is with us right now. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Dr. Cobble can answer any and all questions about the coronavirus and vaccines, anything you want to know about that. And he really is a doctor. He's my personal physician, as a matter of fact. I go to him on occasion, and he really is a doctor.
He's good because Bill is a difficult case, and if he agreed to take him on as a patient, he must be confident in his doctoring abilities.
I've seen him with a stethoscope around his neck. He is, in fact, a doctor. So call and ask your questions right now. Now, are we waiting for calls to come in at this point?
Yes. Okay. So let's talk about the most recent news.
I want to ask about. Remember, Molly Mormon called earlier, and she got COVID some time ago. Dr. Cobble.
She's a long hauler,
and now she's a long hauler. She's still suffering from symptoms, mainly fatigue. So she's about to get vaccinated. And she said that she's heard that vaccination can help with those long hauler symptoms. What do you know about that?
Yeah, that's correct. For some reason, after vaccination, a large percentage of people, their long hauler symptoms go away. And it may be because the immune system is being stimulated to clean out the inflammatory reaction that was caused by the virus itself. That's great news, though. So
yeah.
I think, again,
I think she was excited, but it was hard to tell because she's fatigued. So now, Carrie, I know you want. You were leading toward the Johnson & Johnson stuff.
We could talk about that. We also have phone calls, questions.
Let's go to the calls.
All right. We'll get to the Johnson & Johnson thing coming up. 877-602-9696. Derek is on the line.
Derek?
Hello, Derek.
Hey, so I had COVID for a month in November, and I still have lasting effects when it comes to my taste buds. Everything that I taste kind of tastes mildly rotten, which sucks, man. Is there a way to reset my taste buds? Is it possible, or will it just kind of fade out over time, and will my taste buds reset, or I don't know. Is there anything
what do we know, Dr.
Right
Cobble?
Yeah, we don't know about the taste issue other than it does tend to go away with time. I'm not sure if drinking more water helps, unless, of course, that tastes bad as well. Not sure if an antihistamine like Claritin or Allegra would help with that. You could always try those for a couple weeks, but have you tried a little lemon juice or little zinc lozenges? Have you tried anything like that?
So basically, there's nobody really knows.
You apparently didn't hear him.
Well,
have you tried lemon juice or zinc lozenges?
No, I haven't. But you know what? I'll try.
Okay, do that.
I'll try anything at this point.
Okay. Good luck.
Try that and see what happens, Derek. Let us know.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. All right,
Thank
let's
you.
go to...
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a study that's shown anything that changes the taste, but it does appear to go away with time. Your taste does come back.
And that's one thing, that's the big, for me, death is secondary. I do not want to lose my taste. I enjoy food too much. All right, let's go to Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. Hey, my question is, on the form for the vaccines, it mentions, are you on blood thinners? What is the impact or effect of blood thinners with the vaccine?
Well, I'm not sure exactly why they asked that, because that is not a restriction. Although the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, there's some concern of interaction with heparin or Coumadin warfarin. But with Moderna and Pfizer, we didn't see that to be a problem. Maybe they're just trying to monitor to see if somebody's higher risk for bleeding from the injection sites.
Oh, okay.
Bruising,
Okay,
bruising
thank you.
or bleeding from the injection site.
Bruising
Yep.
and bleeding. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank
All right.
you.
Talk to Dr. Cobble. Get your questions answered by a doctor and not your crazy uncle on Facebook. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, there's a crash in Roy, 5600 South, 35th West, has one car up on the sidewalk. Westbound and southbound directions of travel are blocked. There's a rollover accident, westbound 201, about 10th West, a couple of miles before the SR 202 turnoff. And weather still seems to be an issue. Wind is affecting semi-drivers. A couple of semis have been involved in accidents, and traffic lights are out in places, so make sure you're aware of that. Also looks like we're still having issues at the mouth of Parley's Canyon. That's due to another semi-accident. The big slowdowns through Parley's. Looks like that's not going to be cleared up anytime soon, but I'll keep an eye on it. You can keep an eye on things, too, and get back to us with alerts if you have them. Text them to us, 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
All right, so we'll continue with Dr. Cobble after these. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. KXRK Provo.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind
Better man.
and play back
I
our
wonder if anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill,
Are you hiding?
where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
Don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's
nobody's
forever.
business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
don't have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of you
sorry
guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello,
hey, it's my dad.
Bill. It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes,
I'm your father.
father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
What
It's,
he's eating there? Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
You're a
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
Dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's supply of Love Co. lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors. Thanks again for your support.
Your mother's cat?
A year's supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look. Told ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya.
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
Hey, is this sponsored, Gina, in the second half? Or?
We've already taken care of all the butter, so no.
Okay, all right.
All right, we're back with Dr. Michael Cauble. He is here to answer your questions about coronavirus and vaccines. And we do have some calls on the line, but there might be a line open. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and talk to Dr. Cauble. Ask him your questions.
Let's go to Jake. Hi, Jake.
Morning, Lords.
Hi, what's your question?
All right. So I've unfortunately been smoking for about 13 years, and I'm hoping to quit. I've tried in the past, and the last time I tried, and I'd actually gone about a week or so without a cigarette. I started to have a lot of side effects. Shaking, chills. I completely lost my voice. All the employees I worked with called me Batman Jake. And I was coughing all the time. I was just curious, though, this time around, when I quit, is my immune system going to be weakened? Am I going to be more susceptible? I mean, I'm aware I'm going to feel miserable anyways, but should I be hyper careful when quitting smoking?
Interesting. So does cigarette smoking have anything to do with the immune system in that way, Dr. Cauble?
It does, and when you look at COVID, it appeared that smoking may be protective in Europe, although when we looked at the U.S. data, it was not protective. So I think maybe I think it's different environment, different populations, but the immune system is definitely affected by smoking, and it'll take about 6 weeks to 6 months for your immune system to recover and rebuild itself after you quit smoking. I think the key is once you quit, just never put one back in your mouth because you'll be back at it. So I think that if you are having withdrawal symptoms from it, then obviously, use an over-the-counter nicotine patch or over-the-counter nicotine gum type product. But I think that I think we're all at risk for COVID. So the key is whatever we're doing in the community, wear your mask and do the social distancing, and just be careful around those areas where you can get infected. Restaurants, bars.
Does smoking have anything
parties.
to do, Dr. Cobble? Does smoking have anything to do with the efficacy, or how if you were to get the vaccine, does it?
Does not appear to affect that, no, because a lot of people would have been smokers that were vaccinated. So we don't see any evidence that tobacco smoking affects the reaction to the vaccine.
So there's one positive for you, sir. So,
yeah, get vaccinated.
Yeah, all right.
Good luck quitting smoking. That's awesome. That's great.
Thank you, Jake.
Good luck.
All right. Let's go to Richard. Hi, Richard.
Hi.
Hi.
I've got a question for you. I'm an Uber driver, so of course I hear all the conspiracy theories out there, Tucker Carlson listening people and stuff. One of them lately, and I'm getting a ton of this, is the vaccine only lasts 6 months. Why get it? Is there any truth to that?
Nope. There's
or
no
do they
truth
have
to
any
that.
idea how long it lasts?
Well, we think it lasts at least a year, hopefully 2 years, or for life. The vaccine lasts more than 6 months, definitely. We know that without a doubt. And the question is whether we'll need to get a booster in a year or two to cover these variant strains that are circulating through the community because people aren't following the rules and getting vaccinated. It sounds like in your job you may have to either quit the job or wear earplugs so you don't have to listen to that.
Exactly.
No, I suggest you always have Radio from Hell on, where they can be
And just turn it
educated
up real
while they're
loud.
driving.
Yeah, just turn it up real loud when they start with that stuff.
And my answer to that would be,
do that.
My answer when
do
when
that.
people say that, my answer would be, well, A, that's wrong, and B, let's pretend that it is right. That's 6 months that I'm protected. All right, I'll take that.
And how hard is it for a booster shot is what I tell them.
Exactly.
And then they get all angry and, so-and-so said this and so-and-so
Thanks for
said
calling.
that.
Thanks,
for
Richard.
calling.
You bet.
We'll see
Thank you.
All right. So, well, then you tell them Dr. Cobble said instead of so-and-so. James, let's go to James.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I got my Pfizer shot 2 weeks ago, and I signed up yesterday to get my second shot, and I realized I signed up to get the Moderna shot. And I quickly went and rescheduled it to get the correct one, but it got me thinking, what would happen if somebody did get mixed shots like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. The bad thing is it wasn't studied that way, so there's no scientific data to say that mixing the two mRNA shots, Moderna and Pfizer, having one first and another one second, would have the same efficacy. Scientifically, I would expect it to be that way, that both would have the same immune stimulating response, but that's unfortunately not how it was studied. So the key is if you got Moderna first, get Moderna second. If you got Pfizer first, get Pfizer second. And they're not made to mix and match. But great question.
Yeah, this isn't a liquor before beer situation.
Would there be any reason to have? So I had Pfizer, both of the Pfizers. What if I topped it off with a Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah, that's a great question. I kind of thought about that. I got my Moderna early December, January, and then the debate I had is when Johnson & Johnson's available in all the clinics and everyone's been vaccinated, would there be value in doing that in the fall? And I think it's a different way of stimulating your immune system through the adenovirus, the cold virus stimulation. I debated that. Nobody's done the study. I'm sure someone will. I know they're doing a dual vaccine with the Johnson & Johnson. They're studying its efficacy as well. But hard to say.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't hurt you probably, but it may not help, right?
Well, I don't think it would hurt you other than these 6 blood clot cases out of 7 million doses. And again, we know that there are serious reactions to any vaccine. I don't care if it's diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, polio, whatever. About 1 in a million people can have a serious reaction to the vaccine, and that's what we've seen with J&J, 6 out of 7 million doses.
But you got to get your dip tet. You got it.
Gina, anytime she can quote that movie, she will.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, Hi. Any other questions from the telephone?
That's it for the phones. Have we covered the whole Johnson and Johnson pause?
Kind
thing?
of. But talk about that, Dr. Cobble.
Yeah.
Did they really have to pause it because, as you said, it's 6 cases out of how many
7
million? Yeah. So
7 million
so
in
did
the
they
US.
have to stop it and why did they?
Well, I think it's unfortunate just because it creates more fear in the community. And again, I think we noticed that it's about 2/3 to 3/4 of these people are women. They tend to be younger, 30, 40, 50. And I think that we don't know what the underlying cause is for that, but for some reason they have this thromboembolic state. And, there are other drugs that do that too. Hormone replacement therapy does it. Tobacco does it. But the incidence we expected in the community was 1 or 2 cases, and we've had a tripling or 5-fold higher rate than we expected.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely happens within the first 3 to 20 days after the vaccine. So I think the key is if someone should get a severe headache or stroke-like symptoms, like they're going to explode in their head, or severe abdominal pain because it affects the cerebral veins or the splanchnic veins in the abdomen. If you get severe abdominal pain, go to the emergency room immediately so we can do anticoagulation care. And the clinicians are aware of it. We can't use the heparin type therapy. We have to use different therapy because for some reason the antibody response that makes the blood clot interacts with the heparin type medication, which we would traditionally use in this case.
Interesting.
But that only happened 6 times, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
6 times in the U.S. I think they've had about 40 million vaccines because the AstraZeneca vaccine was approved, and it's similar technology. That was approved in the UK and Europe in January. I think they've done about 40 million over there, and they've had about 400 cases. So, again, the rates are quite low, but if you get severe head pain or severe abdominal pain, that's an emergency room visit for sure.
Right. Dr. Cobble, thank you very much, and we'll talk to you next week, I hope.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank
Okay,
you very
bye-bye.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Now you can focus some in iodine. That might take some money off the orthodontia. It won't,
You still got to get his dip tat.
I-80 westbound remains closed near the Foothill Drive exit. It's creating huge delays coming out of Parley's Canyon for drivers trying to transition from I-215 eastbound onto I-80. Avoid that area. Several semis have been involved in blowovers, I guess is what you call them, due to the high winds, particularly up in Tremonton. You might want to wait till noon if you're driving a semi today. Those winds should die down, and we're seeing some actually blowing snow. There are reports of that up at Research Park.
Yep.
Parley's Canyon has had snow this morning. Wet roads in Davis County and still having winds in Farmington, still having power outages that could be affecting traffic lights, so make sure you treat those as four-way stops when you come upon them. And I'm going to sponsor this, Carrie, with a giveaway, if that's okay.
Let's do that.
X96 welcomes AJR, the OK Orchestra Tour, Saturday, June 11th at USANA Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale this Friday, April 16th at 10 a.m. You can get more details and a special pre-sale code at x96.com. You just need to text the word BURN, B-U-R-N, BURN, to 33986 for your chance to win.
All right, round 2.
Round 2 of your boners. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, well, I don't believe in statistics. Nope, don't believe them at all. Boner candidate number 2, she charges extra for the in-her-body stuff. And boner candidate number 3, you want me to read that one again?
I don't know.
It's coming up.
She charges extra for the in-her-body stuff.
Okay.
And boner candidate number 3, it's a donument.
All right, boner candidate boners for round 2, that is, coming up after these messages, along with big boy news and opinnuendo. Stand by for all of that. HasterGames.com is the website. Of course, they're located at 6831 South State Street. They're still doing curbside service, so if you want, go online, HasterGames.com, buy your stuff, and when you get to the store parking lot, call them. they'll bring it out to you. It's easy. You'll pay on the website as well. But they are open if you're looking for new ways to keep your family entertained. I mean, we've been staring at the screens way too long. Time to pick up some board games from Haster Games. Best selection of Pokemon, Magic, dice, miniatures. D&D is back again. Boy, I'll tell you, it's bigger than ever.
No kidding.
And what's new at Haster this week? Magic the Gathering Strixhaven pre-release kits will be available this Friday, April 16th. So choose your school of magic wisely. Pre-order now. Van Richen's Guide to Ravenloft contains everything you need to craft a horror-themed campaign for D&D. And you can unleash your treasure trove of new story hooks, character options, and campaign customization to bring one of the most exciting D&D settings to life. Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft comes out May 18th. Pre-order now. Lots of Dungeons & Dragons fans have come into Haster Games looking for a new home. So check out their multicolored collection of miniatures to make your game come to life. Haster Games for details, or drop by the store. Locally owned and operated. Don't forget their address, 6831 South State Street. Haster has it.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us, Gray Whale, up by the U.
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was country fair at Festus's school. Now, country fair is not like chickens and cows and
like you would.
pies.
Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country fair.
It's a country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
of course he
good.
did.
And so yesterday.
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
No, he has a brother
Oh.
who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, well, everybody said they're bringing food. As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various countries.
It would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to say that to your husband, your Egyptian husband?
He's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
It'll fool 'em.
authentic.
Yeah.
So we go to the country fair and
The country fair.
the country fair, and come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair, and Joe said, "What happened to
The pastries
the
that I was so looking
pastries?"
forward to eating.
And I said, well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those, and I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look. And he said, the Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a
and-
Mexico
Yeah.
country. Yeah.
Oh my God, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
Of course
said
they
it.
didn't
No.
know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
For me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good. 'Cause
You
they-
don't know. You didn't try them.
No, I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried one.
You have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about
germs.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know. Do you wear slippers at home? Or
Yes.
will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
She won't walk She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to wait.
difficult until you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have a show on obsessive
Let's do
compulsive
it.
That's
disorder,
not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Hey,
being cautious. That's
Dr.
different.
Sam. You
Cautious?
yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam?
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam.
Okay, it is 8:21, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go, 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Good candidate, strong candidate. So that's why in round 2 here, it's important to choose strategically so that we have a very good boner fight coming up at 9:20. Or choose strategically so that you ensure the round 1 winner becomes boner of the day. Depends how you feel. So here we go. This is round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. That's when boner fight happens. So here we go, round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
It's roomy. It's good looking. You could fit, I bet, 30 to 40 sticks of butter inside the Radio from Hell tote bag.
Wow.
What you got there? It's a tote bag full of butter.
I'll bet more than that.
You think? Okay.
It's a big tote bag.
We had to have a contest. Guess the number of
sticks of butter.
Sticks of butter in the Radio from Hell tote bag. Yep. All right, boner candidate number 1. Well, I don't believe in statistics. Nope, sure don't. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said, simple math is what's behind the decline of coronavirus cases in this state.
Is it?
You take the number of people who have been vaccinated, and you combine it with the number of people who have been infected. And the result is very close to, you know what? I'll tell you what. Herd immunity.
No.
The point at which, the population is immune and the virus doesn't easily spread. We remain very vigilant and guarded and proactive in our response, but there is a simple math behind the reason why we continue to have success. Very simply, a whole lot more difficult for COVID-19 to be spreading to other people in the state of Texas because we're that close to herd immunity. Now, none of the statistics bear that out at all.
You can get it twice. You can.
Yes. Experts have said immunity from vaccination and prior infections may have partly contributed to declining cases nationwide, but scientists don't know what the precise point for herd immunity is. And in recent months, they've said anywhere from 70 to more than 90% of the population. is required for herd immunity. But that's all statistics. I can do a little math and show you the truth of it, but the statistics, I don't get that.
He's an idiot.
Boner candidate number 1. Because boner candidate number 2, she charges extra for the in-her-body stuff.
See?
A woman at JFK Airport was busted when customs agents found drugs in her purse, in her bra, and some inside of her body. I mean, not that she had consumed, but that she had concealed.
Stashed?
Sure. Sure, stashed.
Okay.
That's better than a word I might use. Yerlina Lantigua. Oh, wait, no, that's not her whole name. Her whole name is Yerlina Lantigua Hernandez de Nova. Faces federal narcotic smuggling charges after border agents have found 3 pounds of cocaine on and in her body upon arrival from the Dominican Republic. Border agents allegedly initially uncovered 3 plastic pellets containing white powder in De Nova's purse. Then they brought her into a private search room. They found pellets in her bra. And then at one point she said, "I've got more. It's right here inside of me." And sure enough, more. Well, but okay, but it's, it's a marketing deal. Boner candidate number 2, she charges extra for the in-her-body stuff. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, it's a donument.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinionwendo brought to you by...
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org to enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Jimmy Kimmel, and we may play this later. I know sometimes we play Kimmel monologue stuff later in the show. He was pointing out a recent monologue, last night's maybe, the guy who invented the pillow, Mike Lindell, and then he sold the pillows that he invented on his My Pillow website. And he's a big Trump supporter, and he financed some bogus documentary about Stop the Steal and all of that. Well, he's got this big new website where he's selling all kinds of products.
Okay.
And I watched some of it and listened to Kimmel talk about it. Kimmel said on Tuesday, there are a bunch of products that sound like we made them up, but we didn't.
Let's hear it.
The new online, do you have it, Carrie?
I do not. They did not send that to me.
The new online shop called My Store has a $45 sleeping bag for your feet. In other words, so you sit in a chair and then you put your feet in this to keep them warm. It's called My Footsie.
It's a blanket.
It's got an opening and you can zip it up a little bit.
Okay, so it's a zippery blanket.
My Footsie.
Put some socks on.
There are also a series of Donald Trump-themed children's books. The cover of one features a Neanderthal Donald Trump beating an elderly dinosaur with a copy of the Constitution.
What?
Yep. Then there's another product if you are bleeding profusely, it will stop your bleeding. It's called Blood Stop.
It's
little
bandage.
packets of, it's little packets of something, probably styptic. What do you call it?
Like super glue or something?
No, it's I forget what I forget what that stuff.
When you cut yourself
alum.
shaving?
Alum, yeah, it's called alum. You can put a little bit of powdered alum on a shaving cut, and it will stop the bleeding. So anyway, it's just, you should seek this out and watch it and listen to it. It's just like, what? He's nuts.
He is completely nuts.
I don't know if I'd have this or eat this. I know, Carrie, you're the cereal aficionado, so
All
here,
right.
let's go with. So you got your Count Chocula, you got your Captain Crunch. Well, a guy named Nick Chubb. Now, I didn't recognize the name. Jeannie, you know Nick Chubb?
I do not.
He's an NFL player.
Okay.
Nick Chubb. He's getting into the cereal game. It says here he's a star. The NFL star is launching a new breakfast cereal that is set to benefit an awesome charity. He's going to give it to the money to charity.
Please tell me it's Chubbos.
You're close.
All right.
The Cleveland Browns running back made the announcement on Tuesday explaining that his cereal, Chub Crunch,
No, it should be Chubbos.
is currently in the works and plans to hit
It's already
grocery
gonna
store
fail.
shelves very soon. Now, this is the same people who created Doug Flutie's cereal,
Flutie
Flakes. For the concoction, Nick promises that Chub Crunch is going to be an absolutely amazing cereal. It'll be similar to Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but will feature a superhero depiction of Chub on the box of cereal. So it's just a box, and then they put Cinnamon Toast Crunch in it. I think.
See, my cereal would be G-balls, of course, and they would be little
round
balls of
Like
chocolate,
Kix.
something kind of. That would be my cereal.
Chocolatey something kind of.
It's part of a complete breakfast.
So yours would be the Reese's cereal.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be the peanut butter and the chocolate little balls together,
Yeah.
and you just call it G-balls.
That's my cereal.
Trying to think what my cereal would be.
Mine would be shaped like little bears, like little teddy bears, and they'd be Care Bears.
Oh.
Well, then you'd get sued.
No, it's with the K, though.
Kerr.
I don't know what my cereal would be.
Bourbonos?
No, I think it would just be. No, my picture would be on the box, but it would be called Blowhards.
Well, you're already on a cereal box, though, Bill.
Years ago.
Years
yes.
ago. Yeah.
Oh, many people don't know this, but I was King Vitamin.
Yeah.
I was King Vitamin on the back when so in the early days of King Vitamin, they had
It was
an
a
actual
cartoon
person.
originally. Yeah.
No, I think didn't they replace it with a cartoon?
Well, they started with a cartoon, and then they turned it into a real person.
Well, that was me. I was the real
Yeah.
person. That was me, King Vitamin, right there.
And that crown with the spoons on it, that was not easy to make. I just want to say, I went through a lot of hot glue. Okay.
Well, and Carrie, a lot of people was a minor character in that. He was the Earl of Milk.
The Earl of Milk. It didn't work. It didn't work. There were too many sexual connotations that were going on, and they felt it was bad. So, but
Earl, bring some over here and pour it upon me.
And people are saying that it should be "Don't you know O's?"
Don't you know O's? All right, Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes. He's getting involved in another one, folks.
Something that doesn't concern Utah?
Yeah, he's joining with other states to make sure to fight the effort to make Washington, D.C. a state.
Yeah, I can see why the guy from Utah wants to weigh in on that.
President Biden and congressional leadership are arguing making Washington, D.C. a state. Joe Biden doesn't want it to happen. Oh, no. They're going to send a letter to Joe Biden.
I don't know Joe's attitude on this. He hasn't really said.
I think he's probably for it.
Well, and we should be, because these people are currently being taxed and they're not being represented.
Right.
It's taxation without representation.
Senator Mike Lee says it's unconstitutional, the attempt to make Washington, D.C.
Again,
a state.
Mike, why are you weighing in?
If you know why the Republicans don't want it to happen.
Oh, yeah. I can tell you why.
They're a
because
bunch of liberals.
they're
there.
mostly Democrats who live in the D.C. area. So rather than change the things that your rather than change your party to make it appeal to more people, you just try to keep people from,
No, you see, you don't understand how it works now. Republicans are determined to choose the voters because Republicans have determined that not enough voters will choose them.
Yeah.
So they have to fix it. See?
rather than change their policies so that more voters will like them.
No, they won't. Even though it's the most popular policy on something, they will not change.
Same thing with Puerto Rico. They don't want Puerto Rico to be a state either because there are more probably Democratic voters in Puerto Rico.
You know
so
what?
they'll continue to just go down there and throw out rolls of paper towels and say, there you go.
You know what they want to do, how they want to get around this, if they
How?
push the issue? have Washington, D.C. absorbed by Maryland.
Annexed.
Annexed?
No,
So
like
just being-
no, absorbed. So it's
yeah.
it's part of Maryland. So they say, well, there now you have representation. You already have senators and Congress people represent. We're just going to make you part of Maryland, and that way you don't get more seats.
Well, no,
that's what the.
But that by increasing the population of Maryland, you
increase
would get more
senators.
seat. You
You
would
would.
get more Congress people, though.
But you wouldn't
Yeah.
get more Senate seats.
And that's all they care about.
Yeah.
See my original point about them choosing their voters. And, you know, Mike Lee and Sean Reyes, famous for ignoring things happening here in their states. You know, they're upset about the Major League Baseball thing, too. You know, because of our Major League Baseball team that we have, the Salt Lake City Tea-Cozies, who are they? Yeah. We don't have a Major League Baseball team here, so
Understand, though,
naturally
why
those
don't
two
the
weigh in.
Republicans just try to appeal to the voters rather than?
Because if they did that, they would lose that 1/3 of the base that is so, they think, strong. Yeah.
Anyway, I think that's about it. Matt Gates' iPhone has been seized.
Yay!
By
Good.
federal authorities, so more to come on that front. But that's it for now.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic, Gina.
Well, this is what Kerry was talking about. Utah Senator Mike Lee wants to take a swing at Major League Baseball for pulling its All-Star game out of Atlanta to protest Georgia's controversial new voting law. Lee joined Republican colleagues Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, Josh Hawley of Missouri. You know the team.
I think they have
People that-
teams.
the,
yeah.
the senators and Congress people that people really like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At a
but
news
it's bec-
conference on
It's because Lee and Reyes want to be the new GQP stars with a spotlight on them. They don't give a damn about Utah.
They're introducing legislation to take away baseball's antitrust exemption. They moved the All-Star game because the Major League Baseball heard from their players who said, hey, we shouldn't be pouring money into a state that
Is trying to
thinks so
take
poorly
votes
of
away
us.
from
Yeah.
people. Yeah. It's the Republican model now. They take votes away from people.
The Jazz won last night. They beat Oklahoma City Thunder 106-96. Their next game is Friday. It's an early game, 1 o'clock, against the Indiana Pacers. That's your sports. And Kerry, you're going to need to help me with this by the time I'm
Sure.
done with it. Weather. So we've got those high wind warnings in effect through about noon today. And then they'll be tapering off a little bit, and then we'll have a chance of showers. And some people are actually seeing those showers already.
It's darn right
Snow
gloomy
even.
up here, yeah.
Yeah, snow even in some places. So high of 43, and actually we've already hit that today. So it's just going to keep going down and be colder today. Traffic. I-80 westbound remains closed near Foothill Drive exit. It's creating huge delays coming out of Parley's Canyon for drivers trying to transition from the 215 East Belt onto I-80. And lots of semis having issues today with those high winds. Crash US 89 66 south near I-84 and South Weaver. Left lane is blocked, causing delays in both directions. And rain and a bit of snow creating some wet roads up in Davis County, Farmington. Also Parley's seeing some snow. So be aware of that. Carrie?
All right. Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale. Schedule your appointment by April 16 to get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Here's Boner candidate to number 3. It's a donument. Madison Cawthorn, freshman Republican congressman, says he's proud to introduce the, quote, Donument Act to protect the southern border wall from alteration. Always looking for ways to score more points with his hero, Donald Trump, Representative Cawthorn has introduced legislation called the Donument Act to create a sweeping national monument at the wall along the U.S.-Mexican border.
Really?
Think so. So a spokesperson for Cawthorn said, "Here, let me explain this to you. Think Donald plus monument. Donument. Get it?
That's exactly how Donald Trump thinks, though. He's doing a very good job of sucking up to him with this. That's exactly how he thinks.
The land shrine to Trump's harsh nativist immigration policies would be dubbed the Southern Border Wall National Donument. The bill would designate the physical wall and nearby lands, nearly 300,000 acres in California, Arizona, and New Mexico and Texas, as a monument and protect them from alteration. In a statement announcing the bill, Cawthorn praised Trump's efforts to make a secure southern border a tangible reality and slammed President Biden for his early executive order halting wall construction. Boner candidate number 3. It's a monument.
I hate Madison Cawthorn. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, well, I don't believe in statistics. Nope, not at all. Texas governor says his state is very, very close to herd immunity. Well, statistics and data tell a very different story.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2, she charges extra for the in-her-body stuff. A woman busted at JFK airport smuggling 3 pounds of cocaine on and in her body. And Boner candidate number 3 is a monument.
Okay, we've got round 2 of your boners now. You've got to decide between these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Good candidate. So choose strategically here in round 2. And then the final round, boner fight, is when you decide boner of the day. That'll happen at 9:20. So pay attention. Vote strategically now in round 2. Send one of these 3 forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Computer counts it. Easy. Or call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting April 14, 2021, and vote online. Now, we'll award the boner winner of round 2 to send forward after these messages, and then we have things that must go, so be ready for that. But right now, take this time to vote. This is round 2. Oh, yeah, we got to talk about Strong Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. I forgot.
Strong VW, yeah, if you want a Volkswagen, I'm going to tell you the best place to go is Strong VW. And you can shop online for the Volkswagen, strongvw.com. Their dealership, of course, is located in right here in Salt Lake, right downtown, 1070 South Main. But there's almost no reason you have to go into the dealership. Yeah, of course, now you'll want to test drive your new or pre-owned Volkswagen. You want to test drive it. So once you've made your decisions, they'll arrange all of that for you, and you can go down and test drive your new VW. No salesman will go with you, so you're socially distanced, and you can be sure they have sanitized that car so that it's nice and clean and ready to go for you. So do your research. If you want to unlock stronger pricing, submit some of your info there, and do all the research you want, and I think you'll really be pleased with the prices and the service that you'll get at Strong VW. Just go to strongvw.com for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5, 10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
That's interesting because, for the most part, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had. But what you're saying is...
they expect it.
So, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
or driving.
Right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell Radio Players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of
to get to things that must go, so let's quickly award round 2 of your boners.
All right, let's. It's brought to you in part by Spätzle.
And injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I don't believe in statistics. Don't. Texas governor says his state is very close to herd immunity. The data tell a different story.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 2. She charges extra for the in-her-body stuff. A woman busted at JFK Airport smuggling 3 pounds of cocaine on and in her body. And boner candidate number 3, that's a donument. Madison Cawthorn, a freshman Republican congressman, wants to protect Trump's half-finished wall as a monument, which he's calling a donument. You see, you get it, Donald? And then, Jeff won a tote bag and just running away with it. Boner candidate number 3, it's called a donument.
There you go. That is the winner of round 2. It goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll find out when you vote for one of them at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens, and you decide boner of the day. Things that must go, brought to you by.
Brought to you by, when I get carpets and tile cleaned, it's never just clean, it's Zero Res Clean, and I won't have it any other way. $33 per room cleaned, carpet or tile, April only. You deserve the best. You deserve Zero Res. Schedule with Zero Res today.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, dear friends of the program, and we hate it when your life is askew and you're being nagged at by various things. So maybe if you write those down in an email and send them to us, it'll make you feel better. And if we read them on the show, there's a chance that these things may just actually disappear from your lives. So send your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must-go in the subject line. Carrie, you want to start today?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. We'll start with a personal note from here, from Mount Doom, where it's always a struggle. The thing that must go is this roll of toilet paper, or this roll of paper towels that we're using right now.
What's up?
The perforations aren't stamped out enough, so they don't tear cleanly.
Get an uneven.
But it's the same brand that we've been using for years, so I don't know what's happened. But
you poor dear. Are
I know.
You okay?
We'll muddle through. We will muddle through. We'll make it happen. Let's see. This one from Jay, the Uber driving podcast editor guy.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Good morning, my lords. I am both a podcast editor and an Uber driver, and while my full list of must-goes would be far too extensive for this segment, I believe that I have successfully narrowed it down to the following. For Uber, so he's going to do one for Uber and one for podcasting. For Uber, drivers that don't use their blinker, passengers that treat me as though I am their personal valet. Seriously, if you had the money for a personal valet or chauffeur, you wouldn't be taking an Uber. And this one, passengers that don't request a large enough Uber to fit their skis and then get pissed when I roll up in my little red Impala. Spring for the extra large vehicle, please. For podcast editing, clients that want their podcast edited in a ridiculous turnaround time. The success of my business hinges on me servicing more people than just you. 5. Clients that tell me that they can get work done cheaper on Fiverr. Perhaps you should be shopping there then. And finally, clients that sound like they recorded their podcast on a flip phone from 2006 while on the toilet with the shower running and then say they want it to sound as good as Mark Maron.
Can you clean that up for me?
Clean that up for me, would you? You're the best part of my day, and because Carrie wanted it, I'll try to produce a Gurky intro for him just because I want to. Remember, it has to go, Gurky! Like you're shaking your fist at him. Hope your foot feels okay, Gina. And Bill is my spirit animal. From Jay.
All right. Thanks, Jay. I'll go next. This is a must-go. Let's see if I can mention the name. Doesn't say. My things that must go are, number 1, Justin, my roommate, for leaving a dirty knife balancing between the sinks after making a peanut butter sandwich. leaving it there balanced between the sinks instead of just washing the knife. Number 2.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah. Number 2, lame online economic homework. Number 3, Nick, and I think he means Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal. Nick, not expressing enough rage on the radio when venting about the Dar Man videos, especially when actors from no-no movies from porn can give a better performance than those inspirational actors. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, so I
Did
looked
you go
up.
look at it?
I looked up a Dar Man video, and the acting is wonderful because it's so. This is how you act. I kind of liked it.
Deliberate.
Yeah. Number 4, stepping in dog poop while in the garden. Number 5, the lounge card from the Clue board game being misplaced from the box, thus causing your best bro to be eliminated from the game after Easter dinner because he accused it that it was Professor Plum with the rope in the lounge when it was really in the kitchen. Number 6, stinky cat litter. Number 7, Gina's son having to go into quarantine for the 4th time. Number 8, only knowing about Jacksonville, Florida from the NBC sitcom The Good Place. Thank you for letting me listen, Tony. And then this quick one. This one might have been done 100 times, but just in case, I'll say it. People pulling their shirt or their jacket over their nose must go. Wear a mask.
Oh,
or
yeah,
don't,
I've seen that a lot.
but stop pretending you look like a fool with your nose in your shirt or jacket.
They think this think that Dracula move is the way to go? No,
it's like they walk into a place and they go, I forgot my mask. I'll just do this.
Then you turn around, you go back to your car, you get it. You know?
Well, there aren't any in my car.
I'm sure if you ask the store, they have one for
Yeah.
you. Most stores do.
You know what you can buy now? Shirts that have like a mask built in. It's
Really?
like a kind of like a cowl neck sweater, but then it's got little loops for your ears, so you can
really?
just pull it up.
Oh,
They're
okay.
kind of cool.
Well, that would mean taking a lot of thought to get something like that.
Yeah.
Unlike somebody who is just, walking out of their car and not thinking.
Yeah.
All right, Gina?
First one from me. I'm at the Fairmont Park last night.
Mm-hmm.
Skateboarding?
No, it's soccer practice.
Oh.
And these cars that drive super fast around the park, like looping the park. They sound like that. There are kids and old people and ducks trying to cross the road there around the park. And you do drive slow around the park. Who are you trying to impress somebody? Are we? What's the point of this?
I think there's something going on there.
As the peacock floats his feathers to impress its mate, so does the human male in the... It doesn't work that way, though.
No, I don't get it. Let's see. Hello, Radio from Hell. I feel weird about this, and I hate being that person, linguistics and speech Nazi. And believe me, I have no room to talk, but something's been driving me crazy. It's the usage of as a filler when people are speaking. There's someone on your staff who's especially egregious user of the filler. They go at the beginning of every sentence. I was taught on the first day of 7th grade speech class to watch my ums and uhs, and sadly that was the only thing I remember from junior high school. Thank you for letting me listen. Sincerely, I'm probably not helpful. It's just instead of saying just take a breath. It's okay to not say anything. You don't need to fill every space with hello, lords and lady.
But that holds my spot on the floor is the thing. So.
Hello, lords and lady. One thing that must go is people leaving their grocery cart in the middle of the parking lot instead of the designated area for carts. I almost fought an old man because of walking an extra 2 feet. He left his cart right in the middle of the walkway. Putting it all the way away would have required just a little push. That's it. That's the things that must go.
Things that must go on the radio.
Final check of traffic, Gina, please.
Crash US 8966 south near I-84 in South Weber. The left lane blocked, causing delays both directions. I-80 westbound, I believe it is still closed near Foothill Drive. It's lots of delays coming out of Parley's Canyon for drivers trying to transition from I-215 eastbound onto I-80. There will be residual issues today with wind and other weather. We've got rain and snow in places. I heard from our attorney, Ed Brass, that it's snowing in East Stabbington. So just be aware of all of that as you're traveling about the valley. That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner fight, reasonable amount of news, all of that coming up. Stand by. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
We were talking about all of the different places and ways you can get vaccinated now. Let me just give you a couple of them here. You can search for vaccines by your favorite provider at utah.gov, or you can search for vaccine type for doses near you at vaccinefinder.org. If you live between Vineyard and Centerville, so that's part of Utah County through Salt Lake County to, I think Centerville's in Davis County partially. So if you live between Vineyard and Centerville and are having a hard time finding an appointment, you can also try getmyshot.utah.gov. They're going to continue at coronavirus.utah.gov to find more ways to make the vaccine as available as possible. That's why there are all those different websites. Try one, try the other. They're all written down for you at coronavirus.utah.gov.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard. Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time. It's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
To make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff. So Carrie...
Every night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel.
It's connected to.
It's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and...
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just...
Sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender, brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's, famous for its big frou-frou.
Fruity drinks. Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita because that's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get one?
She doesn't have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl. Empowerment.
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember
know.
what it was called. Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know that?
I don't remember what it was called. Okay. It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
had a
fruit
chunk of pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one.
Yeah.
And this is before the food, and then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that I was saying
I want
things.
you to tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
you like the steak.
The
You
steak was
ate
good.
it all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie with a misspelling on it.
Oh, did you save that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I have that. That's all I remember, really.
You remember going back to the room?
Did you guys go back to the same room?
Or did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
Because it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it, which implies, of course, that she watches it over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is.
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling her.
I'm not exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, it's working now and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, "I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date." I said, "No, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way."
But I never do. I'm
not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says,
this? Yeah.
And says, "Man, this is a long hallway."
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's
manager.
who waited on us.
Was it really?
It was Ben.
He's famous.
He apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung. He's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw him add the love.
Because I went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai, and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you
and
go.
I chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
so I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I
elevator.
don't remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, Thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that.
And
part.
and given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
So
yeah,
the
for a while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go,
Well, we were on our way.
We were there.
she says, "I'm going to get this. I'm going to eat it on the way home." She said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep.
I didn't eat it.
And then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long. Yeah. Third night,
you said I snored.
Yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be Drinky McWeather all the time.
You know, you can do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad, I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son?
Yeah.
Honey, go get Mommy a drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm going to teach you how to make the perfect margarita.
This day.
In 1969, Dutch bassist and founding member for the alternative rock band Porno for Pyros, Martin Lenoble was born.
Wow.
Guess who he's married to?
Let me guess. Dutch bass player, born in 1969.
She's not Dutch.
I thought you said Dutch.
No, I said she's not. Who he's married to isn't Dutch.
Okay, all right. He's Dutch.
Okay.
That's what I'm
He's
going
Dutch.
on here.
Uh-huh.
Now let me. Okay, I'm gonna say he's married to Liza Minnelli.
No. Jerry, do you have a guess?
Do I get one more guess?
I wouldn't even.
Let me try one more time. He's married to. Wait. I think she's passed, but wasn't he married to Fannie Flagg for a while? No.
He's married to. She's currently starring in a show, Carrie, alongside one of your favorite.
Who dat?
Now I'm not going to think of her name.
Who dat?
Dead to Me? Who's in Dead to Me?
There's a lot of people in Dead to Me.
Paula Prentice.
Linda Cardellini.
He's married to Linda Cardellini?
No, he's married to someone who's in a show with Linda. I'm trying to.
I don't know.
lead you
She's
to-
in a lot of shows.
Oh.
Just tell me.
It's Christina Applegate. He's married to Christina
okay.
Applegate.
All right.
There's a long way to go for that.
You know, it would have been easier if you'd have made a newsman,
Ron
anchorman,
Burgundy?
a Ron Burgundy reference. I'm
Ron Burgundy. I thought
She
you
was
liked
Ron
Linda
Burgundy's
Cardellini.
love interest. No, I'm okay with Linda Cardellini. That's Hawkeye's wife, by the way. Not,
Yeah. I thought Linda what's her name, was married.
Christina Applegate?
Yeah, wasn't she married to Ben Stiller? Or is
No.
it that actress
No.
that looks like Christina Applegate?
It looks like Christina Applegate.
No, the actress looks like Marcia from the Brady Bunch, is who
Yeah.
was married to Ben Stiller. She didn't
Is
look
it
anything
Marcia
like
from
her.
the Brady Bunch?
No.
It's an
Just
actress
looks
who
like her.
looks like her. Yeah, she plays the Marcia Brady character in the Brady Bunch movies.
Yes.
And that was not Maureen McCormick, but that's who Ben Stiller was married.
But you can see where I'd get her mixed up with Christina Applegate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not me, so no.
All right.
This is dangerously close to farting around.
It is, and you better stop it.
I'm sorry.
I was talking yesterday about the camel rides, and I mentioned it early this morning. Here's what I found out about that. Camel rides out at Saltaire, and I knew I'd seen something about it or had heard something about it. Now, this is an account from 1995, and it's from a book where people traveled to various out-of-the-way roadside attractions. And somehow Saltaire was recommended to them as such. So this was written in 1995. Out front of the Saltaire, was a sad little shack with a paddle wheel and signs proclaiming 100th anniversary, 1893 to 1993. And there were a couple of train cars inside in which Salty's Gifts resided. Remember that? There were some little train cars there.
Yeah, that little, okay, yeah, I remember that.
There was a strong smell of rotting brine shrimp, and seagulls were everywhere.
Yeah.
The saltwater taffy cashier boasted that low water salinity in the Salt Lake is 30% higher than the Dead Sea's watery 27%. Now, behind Salty's was a place called Camelot. Get it? Camelot. Where you could ride a camel in the summer. Ride it away from the salt air, out off all across the salt flats for a while, and then hopefully it would bring you back in time for your punk show. I guess because punks love to ride camels, I think. So that's the only thing I could find out about it. And I think I don't think I ever actually saw it myself. I had in my mind that I'd seen it. I don't think I did, but I think somebody told me about it. So, camel run. Well, don't you wish they were still there? No.
No.
And on this day in history, Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater.
It's a tragedy.
Yeah, it was in 1865. And somebody once did the, so the joke is, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you like the play?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then that's the, is it too soon to make those kind of jokes? Oh, I know, it was probably Lenny Bruce who did that. And also,
everybody
it's not a tragedy,
everybody in this conversation is dead.
So, somebody else, we got the notice that somebody else just died, too, but it's not really a tragedy.
Not a tragedy.
Bernie Madoff died.
Yep,
the mastermind of one of the nation's biggest investment fraud schemes ever. He was still in prison. He was serving a 150-year prison sentence for his crimes, which defrauded as many as 37,000 people in 136 countries over 40 years. And most of those people, many of them, were people who could ill afford to lose the money he swindled
Exactly.
from. Elderly people who entrusted him with their retirement funds.
He ripped off a Golden Girl.
He did. Which one?
I want to say Rue McClanahan.
Oh.
I don't remember. But yeah, I remember that too.
Anyway.
He's dead. He
Yeah,
dead.
good riddance. He's bargaining with Satan for souls right now. All right. Let's take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news after these X96.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the Handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Well, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the Handshaking Santa, you dirty little children.
Oh my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa,
Why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no, the leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead, jolly old sucky claws?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
Okay. We've got a boner fight coming up here in about 5 minutes. So right now, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Well, even as I wonder who would spend $1 million to buy a pair of Kanye West's sneakers. Who possibly could want to do that?
Yeah.
I wonder. These are sneakers that have been worn, by the way. They were worn on stage at the 2008 Grammys for his performance of Hey Mama and Stronger. They're currently valued at $1 million by Sotheby's, more than any sneaker previously listed with the auction house. The size 12 sneakers sent fashion fanatics into a frenzy at the time, as they were unidentifiable save for the trademark Nike swoosh on the side. And so when they go back on auction, so I wonder who would pay $1 million for a pair of sneakers. And I also wonder who would date Pete Davidson. I mean, really, who would?
Yeah, why would you?
And why would that happen?
There have been other people have been there already.
And particularly, why would this woman who's in Bridgerton, Phoebe Dynevor, why would she date Pete Davidson?
He has a string of beautiful women, and there's a question mark with all of them. Why? What is it?
Davidson
about?
says that, yes, he and Dynevor are dating, though they're not too serious, because she's in England most of the time. She's going to be there for the rest of the year doing Bridgerton, and still.
I finally watched Bridgerton, by the way.
And
yes,
it's
What?
softcore, isn't it? It's softcore porn, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't ever understand the point of softcore porn. I don't
No,
get
it's
it.
great.
Listen,
I appreciate their efforts.
Either do something that intimates romance and love-making in the old-fashioned way, or get right to the down and dirty.
It's romantic with other stuff. It's
Softcore is like, I don't know. Of course, Groucho Marx said he couldn't stand pornography. He said it was like smoking a picture of a cigar. Well, maybe I'll have to give it a peek.
No, you'll hate it because it's romantic and it's.
I like romantic stuff. Okay.
You do?
Terry got me turned on to this big sky. That's romantic.
Not romantic.
It's not romantic at all. It's about trafficking girls. It's
That's
about
not romantic.
Yeah.
Now, see, I thought that was romance.
No, that's the problem.
I'm getting things mixed up.
Well, that one kidnapper was kind of sweet on that one.
Yeah.
Until he, well.
No.
Well, I haven't
I
gotten
won't give
there
it away.
yet.
Yeah.
Now, is there just one season of Big Sky?
Yeah, we're into the second half of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Started, I think, last night.
It's pretty gripping. So, let's see. And there's no soft core porn in it.
No.
It's not. It's certainly no school kid show, but no soft core.
But it's pretty light.
So Lake Powell is shrinking and has been for quite some time.
Well, there's no water anywhere.
Yeah, that's why it would happen. Yeah. Curious discovery along the edges of the reservoir has been uncovered as the shoreline shrinks during what could be one of the worst droughts on record.
It's the sunglasses layer.
I lost a pair of sunglasses, $300 in sunglasses.
It keeps getting deeper and deeper. And,
The low water levels revealed a fascinating find for a group during a camping trip. It was a shipwreck, a boat wreck. They were hiking around, and there's a boat that obviously had at one time been in the water and then sunk. And now the lake has receded enough, the reservoir has receded enough that you can see it, and it's just sort of lodged in some rocks. And they found a bunch of artifacts, like a Haida key with the keys to the boat. And they didn't mess around with it too much, they said, because it was kind of unstable. And they were afraid they'd let it loose and it'd fall on one of them. And he said there were signs that somebody had tried to dredge it out of the water because there were ties on it, that they had tried to get it out of the water, but they couldn't. And so Lake Powell is so low, and there is a point at which, if it continues to shrink, that I think it just ceases to operate. There won't the dam in particular. It becomes useless,
and that would be bad.
Well, there are two different schools of thought on that, of course.
Of course.
But the reservoir now is at something like less than 30% or close to about 32% capacity. I mean, that's just...
Well, I guess I won't be going down to Powell.
I haven't been down there for a long time. The Bullfrog Marina is closed because it's on dry ground now.
Oh, really?
Down to Powell?
Down to Powell.
Down to
Powell.
Yeah.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, the winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour going against the winner from round 2. I'm afraid, again, this may not be much of a fight, but we'll see. Number 1 is, I keep this one with my get-out-of-jail-free card. What one are we talking about? Well, people who try to say that they have a face mask exemption card issued by the state of Utah. Nope. They don't, because there is no such thing.
Nope.
The state of Utah or the health department have not issued face mask exempt cards.
No.
They're just phony, and so if somebody comes into your store and says, "No, look, see," say,
nope.
"Yeah, there's the exit."
It's not a thing.
Yeah, and that's going up against number 2. It's a donument. Freshman Congressman Madison Cawthorn wants to protect Donald Trump's great legacy. And part of his great legacy is that half-built monstrosity, that wall on the southern border. Madison Cawthorn wants to preserve that as a national monument or donument, if you will. That's
and
number 2.
If he does this, we'll forget about all of the things that he was in the news about 2 weeks ago. About how
That's
he's
number
a
2.
Big fat liar. All right. Time to vote for Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Once the page loads, refresh your browser because the box that says Boner Fight April 14, 2021 just went up. That way you can vote online. All right, you have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
When
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
your
fudge
usual
online.
Fudge
well,
source?
You know, I like to go around to holiday boutiques, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
but since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. I
think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies and holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible.
We're just going to let you.
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just,
nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
Yeah.
Right?
It's for people who don't like brownies.
I guess.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and
Yeah.
that's all you need.
There's fudge in the Biden White House. There, yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
You mean
find
there
that.
will be? Because there's not a
will
Biden
be.
White House
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge?
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of?
Marsha Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked to by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although
Fudge for
isn't
agriculture.
something you farm.
Well,
No.
in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
Yeah, got a fudge mine.
mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves, yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard
That's the best kind.
hard to
Are we
find.
done yet with this?
Well, and they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying.
Now,
about that.
now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
I am out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was.
All
right. All right, 9:38. Let's award boner of the day.
Which is brought to you in part by Schnitzel und Spätzle und Sauerkraut.
And a half a stick of butter.
Boner candidate. It's so there. A lot of votes were cast here, and I was pretty sure I knew who was going to win, and he did. But there were a lot of votes cast for number one. If I keep this one, I'll keep this one with my get out of jail free card. It's these fake mask exemption cards, and it got a good substantial amount of votes, but not enough to overcome. It's a document. Madison Cawthorn wanting to have a national monument made out of Donald Trump's unfinished border wall, rather than, as most of us would like to see happen, it be torn down.
Yes. All right, there you go. That is boner of the day for today, April 14, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the week, and we'll get to that on Friday at about this time. Okay, Katie, hit that, would you?
The following is a sponsored feature.
Tyler is on the phone.
Now, did we get Tyler Teeples on the line from Scott Hale?
He is here.
You did.
Good, Tyler. Hail, Tyler's here from Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Now, Tyler, we got some questions for you about HVAC. So what does HVAC mean, Tyler?
Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
Very good, yes.
All right. Correct.
It's honestly, I didn't know that for the longest time. I just knew that if you were an HVAC person, you did heating and air conditioning and stuff like that. But I thought, what's HVAC? And somebody finally explained it to me. So there are a lot of questions about that. You know, we keep hearing about tune-ups for your furnace, your air conditioning. Why is that important, and how often should it be done?
You should have your furnace and air conditioner tuned up professionally every year. And the reason it's so important is that you've got to make sure that things stay clean. You've got to make sure that if there is smaller problems, you catch them before they become bigger problems. You need to make sure that, you know, the filters are clean and everything's running the way that it should, because it can really affect your efficiency if not.
When's the best time now? I know some people, they get a kind of a little tune-up and a look-over when it starts air conditioning season, and then they have somebody come back and do it again when it starts to get to be winter season. So that's twice. Is that okay? Or
yeah, typically, we'll come out, you know, later in the season to do a furnace tune-up, earlier in the season to do an air conditioning tune-up. But obviously, it turned cold again, and so, you know, we're definitely still doing furnace tune-ups at this point, just because, you know, people are still using them, and it's a good idea, if you missed it in the fall, to get it now.
Well, the tune-ups are just the best thing to do, because in the long run it'll cost you less, because, you know, if it's being maintained, it's less likely to break down. And then you don't have that surprise, you know, when you turn on the air conditioning when you need it here in a month or so, and it doesn't work. You know that it's going to work because the guy's been out to take a look at it.
Yeah, and a lot of times people had issues, you know, last summer, and they didn't really think much about it, but as soon as it gets hot, you'll definitely realize it.
So Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, you guys obviously do this stuff, and I forget what the current rate is right now that you're offering. Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, we're doing a $29 special right now on the furnace or air conditioning tune-up.
$29. Okay.
Yeah, what I've got is you have to schedule it by Friday night.
Oh, okay.
Now, that doesn't mean you have to have it before Friday night. You just need to schedule it by Friday night.
And then what do you do? What is included with that $29 tune-up?
Check all the components of the furnace or air conditioner, check the refrigerant levels in an air conditioner, go through, you know, the entire burner system in the furnace, check your air filters. If it's a common size air filter, we'll put one in for you while we're already there. You know, just check everything that would be essential for it to run in the upcoming season.
All right. Well, Tyler, it's nice to talk to you. I'm sure you're going to be very, very busy doing this, and I got to say, $29. And well, I know Scott Hale loves it when we say things like this. That's a hail of a deal.
Right?
Yeah.
So give a call at 264-HALE and get your appointment scheduled. Maybe Tyler will come out and say hi to you.
Yeah, Tyler, and
I'm out there every day.
say hi to Scott for us.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much.
Yep.
Thank
see ya.
you very much. All right, we will take a break and we will crawl towards the exits after these. AAA.
Yeah, I've been a member of AAA, the Automobile Association of America, for many, 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 many years. Now, they're having a membership promotion right now with AAA, and you can save 50% when adding household members to your membership if you already have a membership, and you'll save 50%. AAA has a new home automation security system, too. It's called Smart Home. Be sure to get a quote when they come, when you contact them, get a quote on Smart Home. So with AAA by your side, you save 50% when adding household members to your membership, select motor vehicle, passport photos, travel services in every branch, notary services that are available to you in every branch, complimentary in-branch or online child car seat inspections, and just great roadside service if you're stranded. AAA will take care of you. I need you to go to AAA. If you just go to AAA.com, you will see how to get a membership. Do it now. Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You
it's
want
all.
to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but you said
It's going to be like almost 90 today.
some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's
and,
right.
I thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is a
Here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just
Boom. There you go.
I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
But that's
having
mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever
and
do
we
it in the
only do
summer.
that when it starts to get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No, I
outside,
had
grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and-
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
You made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda, grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Phil.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
Oh, I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me
Sometimes I felt, sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
Hey, 9:51.
Well, it would
And-
seem that Bill's experiencing what many of you have been experiencing today, which is a power outage.
Power outage. Wow.
He's going to try and reconnect in, I think, but right now it's just gone.
I mean, you mean the power's still out, or it came back, and so he's going to try to reconnect?
From what I know, it's still out.
Yeah, well, he won't be able to reconnect.
No.
Not before the end of the show. And I don't know who...
I have the boners.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So,
go ahead.
Didn't we award the boner already?
Yeah, we did do the boners already.
Yeah, we did boner today.
It's the end of the show. We're all
You're-
tired.
This is the last break of the show. I'm
Oh,
trying
well,
to
then-
figure out what you're doing here, Gina.
We're good. It's all good.
A few things, Gina. Next week, I
Yes.
have. I know it's a whole week, and I'm sorry to but it just became top of mind to me. I have a Family Guy drop that you are going to love, and it will kill you. You will die.
But I have to wait a whole week.
But you have to
for
wait
it?
a whole week.
Why a whole week?
Well, maybe I'll
'Cause
tell you
have a
off
plan.
the air.
You have a system. Is that why? You
Maybe
have a
I'll tell
system.
you off the air. I don't know. I don't want to ruin it.
No, I want to be surprised. Don't tell me.
Let me
Don't
write
tell
it.
me.
Let me write it down, and we'll.
But why? No, that is a
Because-
serious question, though. You have a system for drops that.
Yeah, I've always had a system for drops, as you can see right here. See, this is my
Oh,
system for drops. It's handwritten. As
Wow.
You can see there are
Yeah.
4 drops a day, 4 unique drops a day, and I rotate them. 6 o'clock hour and 8 o'clock hour for the first 2,
Mhm.
and then the 8 o'clock hour and the 9 o'clock hour for the second 2,
Mhm.
and then I fill in with talk show comedy.
Yeah.
See, so that's how the drop
There's a
system
plan.
works. So starting tomorrow, because it's Thursday, we'll start to go into reruns, and that's how the rest of these from
Oh.
earlier in the week will go. And then on Sunday, I load new ones in if I have enough.
And you already know for next week.
Well, if I get enough, you'll get to hear this one next week, because I was
Oh.
watching it last night and I just died. Because once again, it's Family Guy. It's like they listen to this show and they hear these things that just make us laugh.
Yeah.
And then they run with it.
I'm surprised that this show is successful because my guess is most people don't get it.
Exactly. I don't think they will get it. But
Okay.
you will get it.
Okay.
You will die.
Okay.
Because this is something that you have brought up to me and Bill before on
Really?
this show. Yes.
Really?
Something that you
now I
pointed
can't
out.
Wait. Okay.
Now, people are asking about drops, why they aren't included on the podcast. Well, that's because, and on the YouTube as well, it's the simple answer is rights issues. But what it is both YouTube and the podcast, the people that you get your podcast from, your Stitchers, your Apples, and all that, they don't want to mess with rights issues either. So they will, if we include them, they'll just rip our podcast off of their delivery service. And that's bad. So we just prevent that by cutting them out so that they don't overreact.
It's why you need to listen live if you can to Radio from Hell. Because you do miss it. We appreciate those of you that catch up on the podcast. We heard from somebody first thing this morning that said, I want to thank you for your podcast to your show. It saved me when I was stuck out in the middle of nowhere with no contact with human life. And but if you have access to radio or your Alexa or Google or whatever, and you listen to us live, you catch some of that stuff.
Now, see, Sue is worried that I have oversold the drop now and that it won't land as impactful. I know it will, Sue, because by the time next week rolls around, Gina will have forgotten.
Yes. And don't tell me next week. Don't say, "Here it comes. Here's that thing I told you." Let it just wash over me whenever it happens.
And I don't think she knows the one that I'm talking about.
Oh.
I think I'm texting her which one I'm talking about, so hopefully she'll remember that one.
Okay.
But, yeah, you're gonna love it.
I can't wait.
And as far as any other questions about drops. We will never have a list of where I get them.
No. You just enjoy them.
No, Sue, it is a bad impression, but that's not the point. It's the joke about the celebrity.
Okay.
And what he's doing.
Don't tell me. I want to be surprised.
Okay. No, you are. You're going to love it.
Okay.
Let's do the promo. We'll just go Carrie Gina. How about that?
Sure.
Right. The weekend is getting closer, but crawl with us into Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
We kick things off at 6:45 with Carrie's Geek News. Then right after that, we dare you to call in and battle me, Gina, over trivia questions with Beat Gina.
And at 7 a.m., we have a Radio from Hell face mask for any listener who thinks that they have what it takes to beat Gina.
And at 7:45, Mayor Aaron Mendenhall joins us for our weekly update, followed by Sean Means movie reviews at 8 a.m.
Don't miss all that and more on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. The other thing that was for you is, I try to change up something in my background nearly every day.
Yes.
And
is that? Is it Steve Martin?
Yes. That's my copy of Wild and Crazy Guy, the record.
Oh.
And that's here in the background. At x96.com/live, you can see.
He's one of my celebrity crushes.
Well, there he is, all handsome.
There. Oh, yes, all tutted out there.
King Tut handsome. That's a combination of two of your fetishes.
I know.
But then there's the centerfold.
Yeah. There's a centerfold.
Centerfold in the record where he's jamming on an electric guitar.
Yeah.
And just what a sexy face right there, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what does it for me right there.
All right.
Thanks, Carrie.
That was for you.
It's not my birthday even.
Again, I do this show mostly for you. And people ask, why is it successful?
I don't know.
As a matter of fact, that guy that interviewed us for that nickel shopper or whatever it was is still trying to get a hold of Bill.
Well, his power's out now, so you won't get him today.
And he wants us to provide a photo to him. God, Brian, we're doing all the work for you. See, he wanted email questions, and I'm like, no, that's a homework assignment, all right?
Maybe Katie can send him one of our...
And he wants us to supply a photo, and he wants us to supply more information. Do a job, Brian. Come on now. All right.
There's plenty of photos out there.
plenty. Yeah, go to our website, x96.com. There are photos there. Find something there. Let's see. I'm checking to see if we've taken care of all business. 100 days to go till the Tokyo Olympics.
Okay.
Everybody's talking about Nick Chubb's breakfast cereals, but they're not pointing out that it should be called Chub-O's instead of Chub Crunch.
Oh, and just quickly, I know y'all were worried about Festus getting his Easter basket because he was in quarantine and he couldn't get his Easter basket.
Mm-hmm.
That he's out of quarantine finally, and he got his Easter basket. I know you were very concerned about that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oh, M&M's ice cream bars. Are they a new thing or an old thing? They make it sound like it's a new thing here.
I would think that would have been around for a while.
Caramel and strawberry M&M ice cream bars.
I'll
Okay,
take the caramel one.
I'm running errands today, so I'll go take a look.
Yeah, get some of those.
All right,
When I saw at Harmon's, Carrie, they had the individual Coke and coffee cans. If you just want to get one of those.
Oh, they
Harmon's
did
had
have them individual?
Yeah, so you while you're out
Okay.
running errands, you can get that.
Well, I wasn't going to go to Harmon's today, but I'll look around. All right. Fine job, Katie, as always. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Bill's power's out. He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
And donkey sauce is not a positive.
Corey is next.